Hi there, good morning and welcome along to another week here at the MODUS Super Series. It is week 10 of Series 5 and Champions Week is getting closer and closer. And if you missed Saturday night, it was one of the most dramatic weekly finals nights we've ever had. Here is a recap of what happened. Reigning champion Luke Littler scraped through his first group game, edging out Harry Ward 4-3. The same scoreline was required for Andy Bolton to beat Jelle Klaassen with the aid of a beautiful bullseye finish. Ward then defeated Alexander Merckx, again in the decider, a big win for Big H, who reached the semi-finals. Sebastian Białecki also made it to the Final Four. The Polish youngster put in a stellar display against Jelle Klaassen to end the Dutchman's hopes of a second title at the Super Series. Then Littler bailed himself out of bother. From 3-0 down, the 16-year-old roared back and survived match darts before this incredible double-double got him out of trouble. The defence was back on. Bolton beat Białecki, but both were already through. The Pole was set to face Littler in a teenage tussle in the Final Four. And he became the first player to defeat the newcomer finals night, sending supersonic shockwaves through the live lounge. In the second semi-final, Bolton's brilliant bull bedding was there again, landing it for this 84 finish to set up a repeat final against Białecki.
Plan A.
He makes Champions Week,
and the match,
and it is
MODUS Super
redemption
Series
for the
Week
Pole,
9 champion,
who gets his
Sebastian
revenge for his
Białecki.
4-3 loss to Bolton in Series 4. It's so near and yet so far for Andy Bolton. He will not come back in 3 weeks' time. You can see there's so much respect between these two, but Bolt will be back.
And commentary provided there by Matthew Edgar and the man alongside me, Paul Nicholson. It was a really dramatic finals night, wasn't it? Look, Luke Littler didn't make it, Sebastian Białecki did. You've now got the hard task of trying to put all that into a few sentences.
It's going to be difficult because you could see from Andy Bolton that he was devastated not to win another weekly final, but he was really proud of Sebastian, as we all are. He worked really hard last week. He didn't have a great Group A. He was superb in Group C, but by the time he came to the finals night, he saved his pinpoint stuff for the right times, and he gets his first weekly title. First time in Champions Week is going to be really hard to stop. Yeah,
maybe not the teenager we thought might win it, but a teenager did win it, and we've got another one in the lineup this week. We're going to show you the Week 10 players. And the man I'm talking about is Connor Hopkins, made it through the ADC qualifiers at just 18 years of age. We'll focus more on Group A in a moment, Paul. That's the group that's going to get underway today. But I think that the strength this week maybe lies in Groups B and C.
Yeah, I think you're right. You look at Adam Mould, previous weekly winner. He won at the very start of 2023. Cam Crabtree has been playing an awful lot of darts this year with Development Tour, with Challenge Tour, and a lot of Pro Tour invites. You obviously look at Group B as well. Dan Reid is a regular here. He's had success in Southampton, but not here yet. And when it comes to Jim McEwen and Kieran Tian, you've got two other weekly winners there as well. So maybe the people that don't graduate, or the person that doesn't graduate from Group A, they're going to have to be really good in the secondary groups because they are strong.
Well, who will graduate from Group A, as Paul so eloquently puts it? What the bookies think is that Jim Long is not just a favourite, but an odds-on favourite as well. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it's pretty fair. You look at Eidams' ceiling of performance. Is it as much as Jim? Rene has won a week here, Jim hasn't, but Jim's won a Group A before. And he's also won a Seniors Tour event this weekend just gone. So he's obviously in good form. He's always really energetic. He knows how to get rid of the jet lag really easily. So I don't think that's a problem. But I think Jim being the favourite for the group is pretty profound.
And if we look at the week as a whole, Jim, certainly no long shot there either, 3-1 favourite.
Not at all. I think when you look at the amount of different countries that have made their presence felt over the last few weeks in Series 5, it's no surprise to see somebody from overseas as a favourite, because Jim, obviously at 3-1, I love that. Adam Mould at 14-1, that's interesting for me because he has won before, but the person I like is Tommy Morris at 18-1. When he made his debut in the previous series, he came in with a bang. He showed us that he's got a great level of performance. He's from just down the road in Dorset. And I think if you're looking for an outsider, he's probably the one to look at.
Yeah, and if you are going to have a flutter, of course, do gamble responsibly. It's 18 plus and begambleaware.org for more information on safer gambling. That, of course, applies to our bet builder as well, if you're going to follow that today. And these are the selections. Rene Eidams, minus 1.5 on the handicap against Dimitri Zukov's. Oscar Lukasiak, the same handicap against Hopkins, and then Zukov's and long to hit just 180 in that one. It's an 8-2 on treble. Pretty good value, Paul.
Yeah, good value, but it's a bit sketchy the first game for me. I think Zukov's has got some World Cup experience with Maras Razma, so playing on the stage is no alien to him. I think we saw a lot of last week with Andy Bolton with 180 in a match, and I think for that bottom one, that looks pretty good.
Right, I'll let you get back to the commentary box. Chris Mason is going to be waiting down there, and the first match of the day is Victor Tingstrom against Jim Long.
Thank you very much, Chris, and good morning, everybody. Looking forward to this opening match. As mentioned, Jim Long had a very good weekend on the Seniors Tour, picking up a title. Actually played 8 matches over the course of the Target Open Series events 5 and 6. His average over the course of those 8 matches, a very impressive 88.24, and a first 9 average of 99.10. So obviously in form in terms of the scoring department, nicknamed the Gentleman, and he is one of those, that's for sure. Maybe an unknown quantity to most in Victor, but this year already had a fair bit of success lifting the Finnish Masters
it's Victor to throw first.
Men's title.
Game on.
And there is our referee for today, Charlie Kolstefin. Delighted to welcome back into the commentary box former Players' Champion, Paul Nicholson. Morning, Paul.
Good morning, Mace. What a wonderful morning it is after a fairly exciting weekend of sport, including seeing Białecki win on Saturday night. We saw Luke Humphries win the World Grand Prix
100
yesterday.
Yep, congratulations to Luke.
Absolutely. And if you think that's it, think again, because at this early stage, before we get too deep into Group A, I want to send a very big congratulations to our friend from Japan, Haruki Muramatsu, who won the Asian Championship. He was here just a few weeks ago with Mikuru Suzuki, and it looks like both of them are going to be going to Ali Pali at the end of the year. So congratulations to our 2 Japanese friends. I don't know about you, Mace, but
140.
Somebody told me that Victor was playing, but I can't see him. The last person I saw wear a camouflage shirt was Steve Brown.
Yes.
Do you know it's illegal to wear camouflage in certain parts of the Caribbean?
98.
I did not.
Because it's strictly reserved for the military.
Oh, I didn't know that. Good knowledge, Nico.
So best not go to
Every day's a school day here at the Super Series.
Never go to the Barbados Open, Victor.
59. Victor, you require 109.
Arsenal beating Man City. That was a biggie yesterday. Your team, 2-2. The Toon Army with West Ham. Like you say, it's been an amazing
93
week for Luke Humphries, a player that both me and you said that it's not if he wins a major, when. And what a way to do it. He was fantastic in the final last night.
100.
And
Victor, you require 16.
NFL team won, didn't they?
Yep, we beat the Ravens. Not that I'm going to brag about it. Who's going to win this first leg? Should be Victor.
No score. Jim, you require 116.
Who was doing my head in by using flights that belong at the bottom of a hamster cage. They are shredded, Victor. Surely you've got another set in the case.
Yeah, our OCD wouldn't allow us
Victor,
to
you require
go
16.
anywhere near those. Can he get anywhere near the 88? Another player that's using a Slightly scalloped barrel.
Jim, you require 60.
At least they're not odd, the flights.
Speaking of which,
Game shot on
one
the
white flight
first
for a
leg.
single, one
Jim
red flight
Long.
for a double. It works for Jim in a leg that he should have lost.
Yes, very much a steal.
Second
that
leg,
one.
it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
Jim, over the weekend, went to the Open Series with the Seniors Tour and got himself a win yesterday
60.
by 6-0 in the final as well. And his interview with World Seniors after was very, very telling. He's already booked hotels
45.
for next year's Open Series stuff. I think we might just see a lot of Jim next year on that circuit and potentially here or even in other places.
Yeah, he averaged close to 89 for the whole weekend.
140.
And he averaged 88.41 in that 6-0 win of against Martin Turner in the final. I'm not sure. I mean, he did play some very good
96.
stuff over the weekend, but I'm certainly not sure I'd make him a favourite for this week.
I can kind of understand why the bookies have, like I said with Chris Murphy just now, because he's won a Group A before.
Yeah.
But like we said a lot last week, it's about what happens now, not what has happened previously. And if
60.
if you believe
Jim,
everything that's gone on previously, then Luke
121.
Littler would have walked Saturday night, but he didn't.
Nope. I'm with you. I like the look of Tommy Morris for this week.
105.
I think he's ready.
He'll be eager. We know that.
Well, he's just had a holiday.
44.
He'll be
Jim,
well
you require
refreshed and ready to
60.
go. Well, not that I know what a holiday is, but there you
I was
go.
going to ask you, what's one of those? Although I should say, because the last one I had was in Jim's home country.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Game
But it
shot on the
wasn't in
second
his
leg.
province.
Jim Long.
And
One in
all of a-
London.
All of a sudden, Victor is not in the same vicinity as Jim, who has a 2-0 lead in the
Third
first
leg,
game
it's
of the
Victor
week.
to throw first. Game on.
Jim's sort of already approaching the numbers which pretty much he seems to be at, and he is very consistent.
60.
The reason I would be concerned from a punting point of view of backing him at the price he is to win the week is, and this sounds like a
44.
critique, and it's not. He's one-paced. The pace is very good, by the way. He's just a little bit too one-paced, and I think at points he's gonna come up against players that are gonna have
59.
a lot higher ceilings. And how he handles that.
Yeah, I used to say that about Polish player Krzysztof Kachuk.
Yeah,
I used to say that he was an 85 average player. That's what you're going to get from him all the time.
40.
So you know how to beat him. And then the next thing you know, he goes to a Q school and he puts in 110 average in a game. And I thought, well, where's that come from? And then 6 to 9 months later, after a period of getting used to the tour,
58.
he started to find that higher level. It's a question this week whether Jim will find that higher level when he needs it to get his first weekly title here. Because he hasn't won a week yet. And there are only
100.
3 spots available in Champions Week left in weeks 10, 11 and 12 over the next coming fortnight and a bit.
yeah, and I've got a perfect example. I mean,
100.
like I said, he played very, very well yesterday. 6-0 in the final against Martin Turner, 88 average. Match before that, 85. Match before that, a 90 and beating Richie Hausen 5-4.
140.
Match before that, 91. I mean, he is absolutely rock solid.
135.
Like I say, it's not a critique. The match before that, 91, 3 consecutive 91 averages.
Does that make him a bit of a robotic player? And people know exactly how they have to play it.
137.
You don't
Victor,
need
you
me to tell you
require
that
89.
The way that Victor's played so far, it's unlikely he's going to beat Jim. But can he get a bullseye to ask the question later in the match? That's now
46.
8 missed starts at a double
Jim, you require
in this
40.
contest.
Well, we're very, very much seeing why experience is so
Game
important
shot on
in
the
sport.
third leg.
I mean,
Jim Long.
This is typical Jim Long, and like I say, it's not a slight on him as a player.
Fourth leg, it's Jim
But
to
if
throw
you're
first.
averaging in the
Game
70s,
on.
you're just not going to beat him. It's not going to happen.
That's it.
John Park was very similar, and he didn't have a bad career, I suppose, did he?
Yeah, it wasn't too bad.
But again, he was one of those that was
100.
pretty one pace, but that pace was good enough to cause you problems.
Sweden has had a very big footprint here in Series 5. I just wonder if Victor or potentially Oscar Lukasiak, who you will see in our third game of round 1, could they potentially join
140.
Yeah,
our two Swedes in Champions Week?
I'm a big fan of Oscar. I think you'll see it in match number 3 today. He's got a throw to
45.
absolutely die for, and he was a youth player who really made massive headlines. It was some 19 years ago when he was 12 years of age.
100.
He had nine darter in official competition.
But we are getting whispers from Sweden about Victor. He's at the early stages of his career.
100.
He's already done bits
Jim,
on the
you
development
require
tour
161.
and on the WDF circuit. But what we've seen so far in this game doesn't quite correlate with what we've heard, but this is a marathon group.
73.
We will judge Victor come Thursday morning, not Monday morning.
Absolutely. Don't judge anyone match 1.
58.
On
Jim, you
debut.
require 88.
There's a lot to learn here this week.
He might just lose his debut match 4-0 because double 14 is imminent.
Or double 3.
85.
He didn't expect to leave 3 there, did he?
Victor, you require
Well, ironically,
180.
talking about his performance levels over the weekend, he would have finished with a 91 average there. Which, again, it's very much a theme.
94.
He's only got one route left there.
Jim, you require 3.
As they say in Canada. 1-1-1 here.
Game,
And
shot,
it is route
and the
1.
match. Jim Long.
And an A-plus performance, you'd have to say, because it's 88.41, the exact average that he had when he won a final yesterday. Talk about robotic darts. You're getting it from Jim Long, but isn't that impressive? 50% in his first game. Maybe that's one of the reasons why he is the favourite to win this group. When we come back, we'll see Rene Eidams, former weekly champion here, up against debutant from Latvia, Dimitri Zukov.
Welcome back. Well, Jim Long certainly lived up to that favourite billing, didn't he, before the break there? A 4-0 victory in his win against Victor Tingstrom in the first match. Coming next, it's the return of Rene Eidams, a Cube, who of course has won on that stage, a weekly winner before here at the Super Series. He takes on a debutant in the form of Latvia's Dimitri Zukovs, and Paul Nicholson had a little chat with him before play started.
Dimitri, welcome to Portsmouth and the MODUS Super Series. A lot of people might not know something about you, but you're the second Latvian to take part here. How are you feeling today?
Hello, feeling fantastic. Something huge adventure. You know, looking forward to that experience and really enjoy, you know, already.
One thing that people might not know about you is that you actually live in Ireland. That's correct, isn't it?
That's right, yeah. I'm living in Ireland for the last 18 years. But previously moved from Latvia, town Ventspils. But currently living in County Galway on the little island in Ishmore.
And you're a fireman by trade and you play darts as a semi-professional, is that correct?
That's right, yeah. Yeah, I retained firefighter and for the last 7 years, and yeah, try to get in.
What's your biggest ambition for this week then?
I try to be top 3, you know, standard thing. But we'll see. There's all that is very good. Like, you know, it's a bit tough competition, so I'm looking forward to it.
There's a lot of new players here this week, including yourself. Are there any players here that you are familiar with already?
Yeah, there is guys from Sweden, Oscar and Victor. Yeah, we were on the PDC Nordic Baltic circuit with them, so I know them well and played a lot. Like. But don't know any other lads, but we'll know them now.
Have a fantastic week, Dimitri. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Nice to hear from Dimitri there, who's making his debut here on Monday morning against the Cube. That is Rene Eidams, the man who has won a week here before. The one person from this group who has done that. And it was in the previous series. Rene Eidams, 34-year-old from Germany. He's not so much the Cube anymore because somebody shaved him down. Nickname of Dimmy. Well, that's inventive.
We've got an issue with that, haven't we? Because I think we found 4 different spellings of his Christian name, so I think we're going to have to 4 different spellings on 4 different sources. But
do you know what I'm going to go with? I'm going to go with how it is on his shirt.
Well,
I've seen J's, I've seen Z's in his name, I've seen all sorts this morning.
First leg, it's Rene to throw first. Game on.
It ends with a Y. So he knows best. We'll just call him Dimmy, shall we? But
97.
he is the second Latvian to take part here at the MODUS Super Series, behind Yanis Mustafayevs. Yanis didn't have a great time of it here, but very similar to Yanis, actually. Dimitri's got World Cup experience. Played with Maras Razma, the godfather of Latvian darts, earlier this year.
55.
They didn't have a bad time of it, actually. They made the last 16.
Well, another player with World Cup experience follows this match when Oscar takes on
140.
Connor. I was very impressed with him at the World Cup. Well, we've known of that man, Rene, for quite some time, haven't we, Nico? He's been around a while now.
Well, without quoting Allo Allo too much, when he hits the 180, I just think, ooh, Rene. You can tell which generation I'm from.
79.
But I think they're all looking for the same sort of start as Jim Long. That's a great win, isn't it? 4-0.
Yeah, absolutely. Perfect start to the day in your opening match. It's never easy playing that
125.
opening match in the session.
90.
So a lot of bullseye first on 90 at the end of last week,
but
bull last is the right way for Rene. We have 9 names in Champions Week.
First.
And when Rene Eidams booked his spot in the last one, he did it late again. So he might not have to wait too long to come back to Champions Week if he can usurp week 10
60.
the way he did in the previous series. But like we said in the interview with Dimitri, he doesn't live in Latvia, he lives in Ireland.
40.
Lives in this wonderful island off County Galway. And every time he wants to play local league darts, he has to get a ferry.
I didn't even know it
128.
existed. But knowing Galway as I do, I'm sure it's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah,
44.
the island he lives on is called Inishmore. And whenever people talk to me about islands off the mainland of Ireland,
98.
I automatically think of Father Ted. I think of Craggy Island. But I guarantee you,
I wonder if he's just got a bike
85.
and a pail of water, and that's his role as a fireman.
well, the only thing that I keep thinking about is that if it's anything like Craggy Island, I really want Inishmore to have a guy
140.
sitting on a rock with a grey T-shirt saying, "I shot JR."
Thought you were going to say something else there.
135. Dimitri requires 75.
This is a decent game so far.
Yeah, 15 darter in leg 1 for Rene. Tops for a 15 dart of his
35.
own. He'll be back.
He's got lovely fluid rhythm as well, made for this kind of long format. No faffing.
And his accent is wonderful.
139. Dimitri
it's a
requires
real-
40.
A real mix.
He's very tall.
Game shot on the
I just
second
wondered
leg.
if that was a guide
Dimitri
for him,
Zukovs.
or whether he'd prefer to go over the top of the darts when trying to stack them. As you can see,
Third leg, it's Rene
he's
to throw first.
well over 6 feet tall.
Yep. Couldn't miss him walking around the venue this morning.
125.
I think he's already struck up a bit of a friendship with Jim Long. They were having a chat in the practice room this morning. A couple of different accents there.
45.
Oh, we do have a wonderful mix this week, don't we?
Yeah, you've got 5 different countries
100.
taking part here in Group A, which is lovely to see. And then you've got 3 other countries represented for the rest of the week in Scotland, Ireland, and
98.
some more English. But sole Irish player this week, Kieran Tian, who was the very first person to win here in
41.
Portsmouth. He's back for another crack.
Yeah, his final go of the series to play. Ooh, his first max.
180.
Very impressive. Yeah, if you don't understand the rules, each player in the 12-week series
96.
is allowed 1 Group A or full week, and then they are allowed a Thursday and Friday Group B or Group C.
98.
And that's
Rene,
it.
you
No
require
one gets more than that.
139.
Okay, so Dimitri's going to have another chance. This time to take the lead by 2 legs to 1.
99.
It could well
Dimitri
be on
require
tops again.
80.
Double top it is.
40.
Double top is not
Rene,
seen.
you require
No,
40.
A little erratic at top so far. Oh,
No score.
So he will come back. It was a 17 dart hold in leg 2.
Dimitri
Dimitri.
require 40.
Opportunity for a 16 dart hold here. He won't care if it's 16, 17 or 18 as long as he converts.
30.
Not to be.
Rene, you require 40.
Now Rene is happy that he's going back to tops. Still can't find double 10.
Dimitri require 10.
Monday campaigns are about getting a good start.
Game shot on
And
the
that's a decent
third
start
leg.
for Dimitri,
Dimitri
albeit
Zukovs.
because his opponent did miss 2 visits at a double. But the one thing about Monday is that you don't want to
Fourth
play
leg, it's
yourself
Dimitri to
out
throw
of
first.
the likelihood of winning
Game
Group
on.
A, because automatically after 5 games on the first day of we might say, well, he's going to play in Group C. on Thursday and Friday. And Group C this week
100.
is an absolute nightmare.
I mean, you can't win Group A on a Monday, but you can certainly take yourself out of the equation mathematically.
100.
We talked a lot at the end of last week about how Saturday was one of the strongest lineups that we've ever seen. There was so much tension
84.
in the group games, and they all went really tight at the end. But I look at that Group C this week. I would want to avoid that at every cost.
58.
Tommy Morris loves playing here. He's very, very good. Adam Mould, former weekly champion, and Cam Crabtree, in a lot of people's eyes this week,
56.
is a champion at this venue just in the waiting. He might even be like Luke Littler, where he's getting one more crack here and that's it, because he could easily go to the
93.
Pro Tour next year.
Yep, I agree. When he used to be called the Cube, but we've got one long here this week. Could Rene be oblong?
85.
He's more oblong now than the Cube he used to be, isn't he?
Strangely, he looks younger now than he did before.
Yep.
He might even be Benjamin Button.
Well, he's been around a few years, hasn't he?
140.
Still look at him as a young player, but he's into... He's 35 next birthday, isn't he? Rene.
100.
Yeah, this would be
Rene required 110.
ideal preparation for a tilt at the German Super League at the end of November, which will be this year in Bitburg.
Have you been there?
54.
Nope. But it is
Dimitri
very
requires
famous
76.
for beer.
For 3-1.
36. Rene
I think
required
his tendency on
56.
tops with combinations is high.
Yeah, he just over pitches. Yeah, both edgy on the
46.
doubles. 1 from 8 now. for
Dimitri
Rene.
required 40.
2 from 10 for Dimitri.
He's getting too many chances. But these kind of games, you've got to take that chance.
Game shot
And
on
he
the
does.
fourth lay. Dimitri Zukovs.
A lot of people might have thought, with Rene's experience, that he might come out of the blocks and put
Fifth
the
ace,
debutants
Rene
to
to
the sword,
throw
but it's
first.
not happening. It could easily be the other way around, but because of what Mace just said about the doubles, that's why it's 3-1 to the
61.
Latvian. We do have a few weekly winners here
140.
this week. I've mentioned Mould. I've mentioned Tian. Jim McEwen from Group B this week.
140.
He's won a week before. In fact, he's won plenty of weekly titles, including his time at Southampton. And that leads me on to Dan Reed as well, who you will see in Group B. Because he won a weekly title in Southampton, but is still not won one in
134.
this building.
$100.
You know what's weird about German darts? Because they've had so much success over the last 10 years of, getting huge viewing figures and good World Cup campaigns. But there's still only one
40.
German player who has won a PDC title. That's Max Hopp. And that was 5 years ago.
Yeah, of course. Gabriel and
180.
made finals. That's a second max. And he needed it.
But
95.
I actually want Rene to hit
Rene
this.
required
Because
20.
I've got a really big point to make about German darts in the next leg if he hits it. If he doesn't, I'll have to save it for the next match. 555.
15.
You fancy Dimitri to take the 92?
Dimitri
I
required
do.
92.
I think he may take this for a 4-1. And a really good start. He's wondering which route to go.
Double 18.
And another.
Ooh,
74.
good effort.
Rene, you required 5.
Did you sense a little bit of hesitation there as to which route he wanted to take?
Yeah.
No point being cagey on this one,
1.
but he was. And I think that
Dimitri
shaking of the
require
head
18.
tells you the story. Dimitri doesn't like double 9. Does he like double 8?
2.
Well, I like the fact he's showing confidence in his ability to take that switch on, because if you're nervous, in a single 2 is not the
Rene
easiest thing
require
in the world.
4.
Agreed. Not many people like double 2. They don't want to have to use it. Right-hand side of the bed.
No
the only
score.
bit left, and he doesn't find the target. 1 from
Dimitri
16 on the
requires
doubles.
16.
In fact, there's been 30 darts at double in this game. Only 4 have been hit. He can go over the top.
He's tall enough.
11.
Way too tall.
Yeah, not that far over the top.
Rene require 4.
Sylvester Stallone would have been happy with that one.
Game
It was
shot on
so
the
far
5th
over the
lay.
top.
Rene Eidams.
Okay, so let's talk about German darts then. I was saving this point for the next game. I thought it was all over.
6th lay gets Dimitri to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to be really blunt. Why haven't we seen Max Hopp here this year?
Not sure. He's had a few commitments
85.
because he's very much involved in, well, our world now, isn't he? He does a lot of media, a lot of TV work. And
140.
maybe he just doesn't feel he's quite ready. Now, Rene, of course, a former tour card holder. Just looking back over his 2015, he had a
94.
wonderful season. Culminated in a place in the World Championships where he made the last 64. Didn't he play MVG in that
100.
World Championships?
Yeah, he gave Michael a bit of a
Scare,
bit of a
didn't he?
scare. I think everybody was on the edge of their seat watching that match. And
Yes.
Michael survived that game.
134.
And that's a compliment because Rene had him on the rack.
Yeah, he was. He was
97.
not quite flapping, but not far away. In a 2016, a run to the last 64 in the UK Open, made 4 European tours. He made the last 32 on 4 occasions.
180. Rene
career,
require
that is.
164.
And he had a run this year, didn't he? Which was good to see.
45.
Played in the Players' Championship in
Dimitri
21.
require 8.
But he's just coming off the back of a poor run, which dipped in 2020,
No score.
2019 season.
Rene, you
How
require
many darts does he have to win
119.
this now? Was that 5?
He's thrown 19. If you consider that he was on
59.
double 2
Dimitri, you require 8.
after 13 darts, there's nothing wrong with the scoring. We've had 4 180s in this game. It's purely about the outer ring.
Game,
He does get double
shots,
2 this
and
time.
the match. Dimitri
That's a
Zukov.
remarkable 39 darts at double in that first match of the week. With these two playing each other, I am sure they may have a little less than that when they play each other in game 14 tomorrow. But for now, the Latvian gets a win on debut here in game 2 by 4 legs to 2.
Welcome back. Next up on the stage here at the MODUS Super Series, a player who has a bit of darting history, Oskar Lukasiak, the youngest player ever to hit a 9-darter in a recognised tournament when he did it when he was just 12 years of age. That was 19 years ago now, but he faces a teenager in his opening match, ADC qualifier Connor Hopkins, also on debut, and I caught up with Connor this morning. Connor, first time at the Super Series, welcome. Tell us how you got here.
Went to the ADC tours in Bristol over the summer, and I ended up winning them tournaments, which has resulted to me qualifying here, so looking forward to it.
Obviously only 18 years of age. We saw Sebastian Białecki on Saturday night at 19 win a title. How are you feeling about your chances?
I'm just looking forward to the experience. If I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. I know at the end of the week I'm going to get more experience, which can help develop my career, so looking forward to it.
Tell us a little bit about your history in darts, how you got into it and what your journey's been like so far.
Well, I played darts most of my life. It was like on magnetic darts because it's been in my family, and then just progressed through like local leagues, Super League, and then through the JDC and Dev Tour, which has got me here.
And how important has that been, the JDC and now the ADC, for your development?
It's been brilliant. The more games you play, the better you get and the more experience, which is helpful to develop your game. So just happy for those opportunities that I've had. And then it's got me here, which is brilliant.
And what are your ambitions in the game?
Just to get as far as possible, whether that be a tour card or win a major, just want to be successful in darts.
And this week, what's the plan, what's the aim this week?
We're just going to see how it goes. I got my own personal targets, but win as many games as possible and just develop my game so I know where to work on.
Well, good luck. Thanks for talking to us.
Cheers. Thank you.
That was a really good insight to see what we could potentially get from Connor. Maybe a few early morning nerves from the teenager, but that is to be expected. And if there's one player who will understand that here this morning, it's probably Oskar Lukasiak of Sweden, because he's someone at a very young age who was touted to be a next big thing. It didn't really happen for Oskar, but Swedish darts is on the up at the minute, and I think the 31-year-old could possibly ride the wave of what Sweden is doing. Here we've got Connor, 18 years of age, hometown of Cromlin, nickname of Hotshot.
First leg,
and
it's
I'm
Oscar
sure,
to throw first.
wasn't that
Game
James
on.
Hubbard's nickname as well? He was a pretty good hotshot. He was a former world youth champion.
Yeah, he's had steady progress. JDC winner in 2021. This is, of course, we're talking
45.
about Connor. And then the JDC Advanced Tour in 2021, a winner. And then in 2022, JDC Super 16, a 3 times winner throughout that year.
140.
And as you've dug a little deeper, has been playing on the Challenge Tour this year. No, Development Tour, should I say. And he's
60.
been playing very, very well, hasn't he?
Yeah, not bad at all. The stats look encouraging. He's played 56 games on the development tour this year. Running average of just shy of 83.
45.
But that's encouraging. And if you compare him to everybody who played on the development tour this year, average-wise, 25th. That makes us wonder. Do you know how many players played on the development tour this year? Oh, sorry, yeah, the development tour.
200?
521 players. So
121.
He's in the top tier.
Yeah, he is. That's impressive. I didn't realise there was so many players playing on the development tour.
57.
So Connor could look at Oskar. You could say to him, that could be you in 13 years.
95.
He'd have to grow a bit. But he's 18 and he hasn't finished growing. He's already tall. What are they putting in the milk these days? Must be the almond milk.
At 18 years of age, sort of
60.
back in my
Connor, you
era, he'd all be
require 100.
regarded as top quality with that kind of average. But it's such a deep pool of great youth players now.
Game shot on the
And
first
that is,
leg.
well,
Connor Hopkins.
very tidy. 100 finish, 15 dart, break of throw in leg 1.
I like what I see.
Second leg, it's Connor to throw first.
Judge
Game on.
somebody on Thursday when it comes to Group A, but if there are signs
then maybe we can discover something with this
100.
young man.
Well, he's already had great results. Again, you were looking in Darts Atlas, looking at the ADC, and I mean, he's even had a win over Luke Littler, hasn't he?
He has. Very recently as well. It's not like it was,
95.
you know, when Luke was
10.
10, yeah, 12, which wasn't that long ago. But back on August the 12th, which is about 2 months ago,
60.
he played in a Winmore Open Series event in Bristol. And in the final, he beat Kieran Harris by 6 legs to 0. But in the semi-finals, beat Luke Littler with a 92 average
140.
by 5 legs to 3. And then we look at the technique and we think, well, that looks pretty encouraging as well.
45.
Nice follow through.
Yep.
Elbow is just the tiniest bit on the inside, so you just got to watch that that doesn't go any further on the inside, but I like what I see. You know how
99.
Martin Turner was beaten yesterday in the seniors? Connor beat Martin Turner in that event as well. So it seems
83.
like Martin Turner is
Oscar,
the
you
common
require
ground for Group A today.
167.
Martin, of course, played here a few times himself. Well, I don't know it for a fact, but looking at his
81.
action, I'd say the reason that we may not have seen Oscar for a few years is I reckon he would have had the yips.
60.
I think he's
Oscar, you require 86.
found a way to overcome that.
It's a nice second dart.
Not a
No
nice
score.
last one because that busts
Connor, you
scoring goes
require
back to 86.
153.
That was a somewhat brave way to go, considering Connor's on a finish. 96 left.
97.
These young players that
Oscar, you
starting
require
on
86.
the 19s on no shots fascinates me.
Fashionable route these days, isn't it?
Yep.
This time he doesn't go for 60 and double 4. He's got the 18s.
79.
This is the double 7, so Connor
Connor, you require 56.
could be taking a 2-0 lead in his debut match. Double top.
Game shot on the
Very
second
crisp.
leg. Connor
2 out of
Hopkins.
2 on the doubles. And like any 18-year-old making their debut at a place like this, he is zipping
Third
around
leg,
that
it's Oscar
stage.
to throw first. Game on.
Bouncing, isn't he? It's not quite the Conor McGregor swagger, but
60.
What do you make of the Terry Jenkins darts too?
yes.
Very smooth barrel.
57.
A little bit of a tapering. And it sort of nuzzles into the point. But
He reminds me of his action's very similar to another player, and it's still early, so my brain's not quite functioning at optimum
60.
level yet. But he certainly, the action reminds me of somebody.
I love it. I think the positions are great.
100.
Yeah, nice locked wrist. The backswing's a little short, but he is very tall.
At least we've got someone here who has used new flights.
50.
As opposed to Victor Tingstrom, who looks like he's been using those flights for weeks.
Yeah, not too much movement anywhere, is there? It's
24.
a nice looking action. It doesn't surprise me. He has had some big averages.
Does have a little bit of a lean on dart 3, but that is a common problem.
Yeah, a little bit of a walk, isn't there, on the third dart. My cure for that in
100.
terms of coaching is just to add a fourth dart in the hand.
Yeah, do the Pete Allen from London. Spider.
Yep.
125.
Pete Vermenius, great friends with Steve Beaton, wasn't he?
Yeah, very much so. First player I ever played in a British-based Pro Tour event. Oh, the first person I ever beat was Pete Allen.
Wow.
64.
And 167 left after 15 is okay for now, but you really want to be leaving that after 12 minimum
57.
in this format.
Oscar, you require 167.
I wonder which route Connor's going to go for 138.
Connor, you require
Is it going to be the Della or is it going to be the
138?
Humphreys? Of course it's going to be the Humphreys.
New school darts, isn't it?
98.
I've got a point to make about
Oscar, you
138. I'll say it in the next leg,
67.
actually, because Oscar could take us to 2-1 here. Lovely dart. Double 8. Oh, just
51.
misses out. And Hopkins, who
Connor,
is
you require 40.
perfect on the doubles so far, will be looking to keep that run going.
Well, it's not going to be 3 from 3.
20. Oscar, you require 16.
Missed, but from a very tight margin. Oscar's got to find it this time. Two markers to use.
Game shot on the
He does
third leg.
get that double
Oscar
eventually, and that will
Lukasiak.
probably settle him down a little bit. Everybody wants to just get their first double here on debut. But
Fourth leg, it's
yes,
Connor to throw
138,
first.
famously
Game
hit
on.
last night by Humphreys to win the World Grand Prix. 40 years on from Keith Della hitting it to win a world title.
180.
So that means, after we've seen our first 180 from Connor, that in the year 2063, somebody that we've not even heard of or even thought about
Might not even be born.
82.
will probably hit a 138 a different way to win a very large tournament.
Well, the only other way I can
44.
think of is the 2 treble 17s.
Bull, double 19 bull. Who knows how things will evolve? We've seen things last week from Littler. We've seen all sorts of different routes through this series.
55.
We've even seen Reece Robinson in the last Champions Week hit 3 double tops for 120.
And a bull 18 ball for a
180.
118. Back to back.
This is really, really encouraging for Connor. I'm looking at him in the background. Eyes
41.
down. Has a little flick
Connor, you
towards what
require
Oscar does.
97.
He looks at home here. He's making good decisions at the right times.
57.
He's looking very tidy.
Well, it was a very mature interview, wasn't it? It was very level-headed and wouldn't get drawn into all the chat about winning this week.
96.
It was literally, I'm here
Connor,
for
you require
experience. And everything
40.
else is a bonus, which is encouraging.
Oh,
No
look
score.
at that.
Yeah, even he's given it a look as if to say, well, how's one of those not gone in?
Takes a really gifted dart player to be able to do that.
Well, yeah, try it.
82.
He's got Oscar
Connor, you
exactly where he
require
wants him.
40.
All he has to do is hold from here. Double 10.
Game
He's
shot
not
on the
missing that
fourth
one.
leg. Connor Hopkins.
3-1, and I think this is a very fair result so far. More
Fifth leg,
evidence
it's Oscar to throw
that
first.
the
Game
ADC
on.
is giving us new talent, which is exactly what it's all about. Whether it comes from Sweden, whether it comes from the northeast of England,
like we
100.
had last week. The ADC is reaching far and wide.
60.
And it's given us 2 Swedes this week. And there are 2 Swedes in Champions Week in the shape of Anton Östlund
60.
and Andreas Harrison. I wonder if we're going to get a third with Victor or with Oscar. At this early stage, we just don't know because a lot can happen over 104 matches in a week.
Yeah, I'm not too concerned about Oscar. Listen, his throw was initially looked edgy in the World Cup this year, but he just got more and more confident as
60.
as the matches went on. And I think, like you say, he's one of those. We'll judge him on Wednesday afternoon when Group A's finished. But I expect
43.
plenty from him. He was my real outsider to keep an eye on.
They made the quarterfinals of the World Cup, didn't they, Oscar and Dennis Nielsen? It could be one of those situations where you just
140.
follow Dennis's lead, because when you're around Dennis, you just say, yes, sir. Because he can crush a pumpkin with his fist.
Literally.
125. Oscar, you require
History of
141.
producing strong men, of course, the Vikings over the years.
Have you ever shook Dennis's hand?
I've gone out on the beer with Dennis.
And you're still alive?
60. Connor, you require 133.
It's like shaking hands with a baseball mitt. It's made of muscles.
Yes, we were actually talking lifting
97.
and training, and
Oscar,
he
you
actually
require
warms up
81.
with my max weights.
Unbelievable. Double 12 to keep this one going at the end of round 1. Must hit it. And because he doesn't,
75.
it could be a debut win for Connor, like it was
Connor, you require
Dimitri
36.
in the previous match.
Game,
It is a debut
shot,
win for
and
Connor
the match,
Hopkins.
Connor Hopkins.
Very impressive. And you just get the feeling as well that when he starts to calm down, because he will have felt a little bit nervous in that game, I think there's a better level of performance in him as well. Early on, his doubles were good. He missed a few in legs after that, but it is an initial win for Connor. He gets his first 2 points here in round 1. Let's see what round 2 brings, as we've got the Cube up against Jim Long after this.
Good morning, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series where Jim Long and Rene Eidams are about to play in the 4th match of the day. A quick reminder of what's happened so far. Long got off to a flying start, a whitewash win against Victor Tingstrom. Eidams, though, was beaten by Dimitri Zukov. And then Connor Hopkins, the teenager on debut, a fabulous 4-1 win for him against Oscar Lukasiak. Right, let's get game 4 underway. It is Gentleman Jim against the Cube in the company of the Asset and the Ace.
Thank you very much, Murph. Great to have Jim back on the hockey. He delivered a perfect start to his campaign here in Group A, backing up what the odds compilers think will be his campaign over the next 3 days. He won with 68 darts thrown.
First leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
In that first match against Victor Tingstrom. So it didn't go too well for the Swedes in round 1 because they both lost. But now, who will win between the German and the Canadian? Well, Jim Long is from Canada, obviously.
66.
He has played at Alexandra Palaces in the past. He was actually involved in a game with Mickey Mansell once that
58.
went on for a while.
Was that the one where they find Mickey Mansell? That was quite bizarre.
100.
Yeah, it was a bit of a puzzler, wasn't it?
Mm.
But Jim's from a town called London,
93.
Ontario. And there's a lot of places in Ontario that have British influence. Places like Windsor, Peterborough, London. They've got them all.
55.
But London has actually hosted PDC Players' Championships before. Won by the likes of
100.
Jamie Caven. First time I went to London, Ontario was 2009. And I've been there many times since. Made
100.
friends there. Apparently, according to my friends, they say that London has fallen on hard times over the last few years, which is quite sad to hear.
59.
But some of the times that we had in London were wonderful. The Fox and Fiddle pub and the Hilton Hotel just across the road. That tournament, it was held in the hotel
100.
conference area. It was remarkable. We had players there like Paul Lim, Jeff Smith, John Part.
96. Jim, you require 80.
Everybody would travel to that tournament. But only a select few won. Double top for Jim to keep his perfect record going today.
40. Rene
He's obviously
require
been practicing tops
95.
with Dimitri Zukov.
Wants the ball and he's got a lovely guide.
70.
Doesn't use it.
Jim, you require 40. Game shot on
Very
the first
tidy action,
leg.
isn't it?
Jim Long.
Second dart gets him a 1-0 lead.
There's not a lot that can go wrong, is there? You know, I think that's why he's just such a
Second
solid
leg, it's
player.
Rene to throw first.
One thing about his points on his darts, they tend to go in quite far, don't they?
58.
Which is in direct contradiction to what most players want these days. They want a lot of clearance between the bottom of the barrel, but they look very thick, those points.
100.
Yeah, it surprises me that they go in so far, but they enter the board very cleanly, which tells me his release is
60.
very clean because he throws the dart fairly effortlessly. It's not like a really heavy-looking throw.
140.
This year, Jim has won in a few different arenas, and he's actually won a WDF event
58.
in another town I know in Ontario called Guelph.
That's
Oh,
it.
I always
That's a
like
new one on me.
I always like pronouncing that. The name of that town. It's not far
140.
from London. It's about an hour down the road. He beat Darcy Trenholm in the KW Tri-City Open.
134. Jim, you require
Back in January.
121.
And that is his first and only WDF ranked event win, which I was quite surprised by.
Yeah, I'm shocked by
65.
But he has won 3 times on the CDC tour over the last few years, once in 2019 and twice in 2022.
Jim, you require 56.
Once in 2020, once in 2022, in different places throughout North America.
Game shot on the second leg.
And he doesn't lose
Jim
legs here.
Long.
that. No, he's 6 from 6 so far today.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw first.
And his average?
Game on.
Well, this is getting silly now. That's his average for the day.
It is.
140.
He may as well just get that printed on his shirt.
And that was pretty much his average for the whole weekend.
He's also Canadian Open champion, you know.
101.
Do you want to know something? And you know this already, miss. I mean, I don't know what I'm saying. Whose first tournament victory was the Canadian Open?
Phil Taylor.
100.
In a place called Moncton. At a casino in Moncton. And I was with Jeff Smith 4 years ago, driving through Moncton.
59.
And he said, there's the venue where Phil Taylor won his first tournament. And I said, I have got to go in there.
Owned by Harry.
97.
Yeah, back in June, Jim Long won the Canadian Open. And he beat Nelson Backus in the
97.
final.
Jim, you require 164.
So it's been a really good year for him.
The only tournament I've really had any kind of success in over there was that Golden
100.
Harvest event in Saskatoon. Made the semis.
100.
Losing to
Jim, you
a
require
player
64.
you are very fond of, Dennis Priestley.
Ah. He always did like going to Canada, though.
Yeah, he had plenty of success there.
40. Rene, you require 144.
It could well be 3-0 in this one and 7-0 for the day for Jim.
58. Jim, you
His
require
leg difference is looking
24.
rather pretty.
Doesn't like that dart. So he has a breather. I like that.
That's what you should do.
It didn't work.
No score. Rene, you require
So
86.
he's got his range on tops. He hasn't quite got his range on 12s yet. And Rene hasn't got his range on 86. So
38.
it's still possible 3-0.
Jim, you require 24.
He's got it
Game
this
shot on
time
the third
after 3
leg.
practice darts
Jim
at it.
Long. Fourth leg, it's Rene to throw first.
Yeah, CDC wins for Jim Long in Philadelphia in 2019. Woodstock
96.
in 2020. And Hamilton last year. He's a very experienced
140.
and one of the top Canadian players out there, with the likes of Matt Campbell, Jeff Smith. And he's got a presence
45.
now. There are some great players over there who don't have his presence. They don't have his experience of going to World Championships and World Cups and things like that.
Well, he looks incredibly well for his age, doesn't he?
100.
It's that Canadian air.
Yeah. Must
Something
be.
in it. It's called oxygen.
Yes, nothing in it. That's why it's good.
85.
I'll tell you what happened on my Canadian holiday in the summer. I had the most Canadian experience ever. So I'm going camping on Vancouver Island, 3 hours north of Victoria.
60.
Break down because the tire's gone flat. And if you've ever seen Family Guy, you know what I'm going to say. Trying to get the tire off, can't get it off. And the next thing you know, you've got loads of
180.
lumber workers in a truck going by, and he just says, "Hey, you're having some car troubles, eh?" And he just has a hammer in the back and says, "This'll get it off." It was the most Canadian thing ever.
95.
And they gave us the
Rene, you
hammer.
require 95.
Who gives you a hammer?
Brilliant. Absolutely love it. Oh dear, chased the treble, paid the price.
59.
He might pay the price now.
Jim, you require 106.
Biggest finish in this game, 56, but that might change.
It would be the highest finish of the day so far.
82.
Because he wanted to leave double 12 again.
Rene, you require 36.
For Jim Long to lose his first leg of the day. Double 9. Oh dear.
27.
That is a tale of what happened
Jim,
in
you require
game 1 as
24.
well. Double 6. He doesn't mess around on double 6.
And the match.
And that's
Jim
8-0
Long.
for the first 2 games here for Jim Long. It's all gone very well, hasn't it? So he's top of the table on 4 points with a perfect leg difference, and he's taking his water with him. There's water in the back room, Jim. Well, he doesn't average 88.41 this time, but he'll take 84.68. We'll take a break now, and when we come back, it will be another chance for Victor Tingstrom to get his first 2 points here up against Connor Hopkins.
Joe Taylor, Garrett Tilly, and 4-2, Craig Nixon, Robin Young.
Well, from the amateur dart circuit to the stage at the MODUS Super Series, that is the journey that both Victor Tingstrom and Connor Hopkins have made, and you could make it too. Any amateur player can play in ADC events with the chance to qualify for a slot on the big stage at the Super Series. Let's get this battle underway with Hopkins, who won his first match convincingly, and Tingstrom yet to win a leg today, in the company of Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thanks, Murph. Two of the young players that you're going to see this week going head-to-head here in Game 5 on Monday. Both with very
First
impressive
leg, it's
stats.
Connor to throw first. Game on.
On the Development Tour average list. We talked a lot about Connor in his first game, which he won by 4-1 against the other Swede. He'll feel
85.
like he's playing in Oslo or some form of Scandinavian country today, because all he's doing is playing Scandinavians. This could be Stockholm, but it's Portsmouth.
134.
But I mentioned that Connor's statistics had him in the top 25 of the Development Tour average list. Victor's in the top 16, but he's only played in 4 tournaments. And that was over a 2-day period where
97.
he gradually got better every single day. August the 18th, he made the last 64. And as every tournament went on, he
29.
went 1 round better. Top 32, last 16, and then ended with a quarter-final on the 19th of August. So that's why
100.
we think that Victor's got a future.
Well, that's why you don't sort of hit the panic button too early, and especially on opening day of Group
60.
A. This is very
Victor,
much
you
a
require
marathon that
170.
does end with a sprint.
Just ask another young player, 19 years of age, Sebastian
60.
Białowski, winning last week.
Well, and if you'd have suggested that to me on Wednesday afternoon, I would have questioned your
180.
mindset.
Victor, you require 110.
Fair play. He turned things around last week.
Really does throw those darts
78.
hard, doesn't he, Victor?
Connor, you require 87.
It's a rather authoritative name, isn't it? Victor. He wants to be the Victor.
46.
And he might just be here in the first
Victor, you
leg with
require
a break of throw.
32.
Had problems on doubles in his first game.
No score.
So he still
Connor, you
has not
require
hit
41.
from 11 shots. Interesting.
38.
Well, that's the second time we've seen
Victor, you
that
require
today.
32.
17 for double 12 on 41. That's different.
Game shot on the first leg.
Oh, there you go.
Victor Tingstrom.
You can see from that reaction from the Swede that he's very happy to get his first double. He's got on the back of his shirt.
Second leg, it's Victor
Belkin
to throw
boy.
first. Game on.
Your guess is as good as mine.
I was going to ask you to elaborate, but
Almost sounds like an Irish
100.
nickname, doesn't it? It's amazing how many dart players who come from non-English speaking countries have
45.
English nicknames. Has that ever paused you for thought? Because my nickname, for instance, is the Asset, and it's English.
57.
But when I got some German shirts made, I had the Asset put in German. And people loved it.
oh, what a good idea! I never even.
I was quite surprised looking around thinking at all of these big darting brands, as in players.
140.
None of them had done it before.
What was the Asset in German?
Das Kapital. So when you see Swedes and Germans
125.
and Belgians and Dutch all having English nicknames, I'm surprised they don't have it in their own vernacular.
Das Kapital. Well, Russell Stewart was very much a Das
45.
Kapital to Australian darts, and it's his birthday. Happy birthday, Rusty.
Yeah, indeed. I haven't seen you in ages, but What a lovely, lovely gentleman.
180.
Yeah, he won a fair bit.
Yeah, certainly did.
First person to ever beat Phil Taylor on telly.
91.
We mentioned Phil quite a
Victor
lot this morning. His
39.
first tournament at the Canadian Open in the late 80s. And the first person to beat him on the telly in Russell Stewart.
23.
He's falling behind here. And this is sometimes the risk, isn't it? When you've got the blood pumping and the adrenaline in your first game.
60.
When that falls
Victor
a little
requires
bit.
16.
And see how you play without it.
To double his lead. Ooh.
Game shot on the second leg.
Like that.
Victor Tingstrom.
That technique of Victor, though, there's a little bit of a layoff, isn't it? With the arm comes back and then it almost
Third leg,
bends
it's
away.
Connor to throw first.
In golfing
Game on.
terms, that's laying off. It's what Sergio Garcia does.
It's also the governor's daughter's birthday today, so happy birthday, Matilda. Have a lovely day. Well,
46.
no doubt you will.
I don't know what it is in Dutch because she's fluent in that. She actually lives there now, doesn't she?
Yeah.
It's a nice segue,
87.
that, what you just did. Because you went from Russell Stewart to waltzing Matilda.
Hey. 2-0.
58.
Wonder what kind of shirt activity we're going to get from Victor this week, because if he's got lots of different colours with the old camouflage,
58.
it'd be interesting to see what he thinks of next. We were saying earlier, weren't we, Mace? Because we know you're a big boxing fan. Connor's nickname could be
134.
Bernard.
For sure.
What was his boxing nickname?
The Executioner.
Well, Connor, don't say we haven't given you something on a plate
100.
It's got to go with it.
Knowing darts, he's probably called Hoppy.
27.
I think the Executioner is an incredible nickname.
60.
Didn't Bernard Hopkins lose one of his first professional fights to Clifton Mitchell? Someone that we know, and he's in darting circles as well.
Yeah, there's been, well, protecting your O wasn't a thing. Victor's
44.
trying to protect his O in this particular leg.
He looks a little bit flummoxed here in leg 3, does Connor? Trying to figure out
140.
why things are going wrong in this game when they weren't going wrong in his previous match with Oscar Lukasiak.
45. Victor, you require 56.
He did say in his interview that this is all about experience this week.
Game
and you
shot on
tend
the
to learn a
third
lot
leg.
more when you
Victor
lose.
Tingstrom.
And at the minute, he's losing.
Fourth leg, it's Victor
That
to
chest
throw
has been
first.
puffed out a little bit more.
Game
There
on.
you go. Victor, all of a sudden, is feeling a lot more chirpy.
$60.
He's a little bit swift as well when he throws those darts really hard. It's been unseasonably warm.
125.
Over the last few days. I know that other parts of the UK, particularly Scotland,
Very welcomed.
they had some rain yesterday. Scotland did. So much so that
140.
the Dunhill Links Golf was pretty much called off. But we are getting to that point of the year where things get a bit chillier. And it's perfect darts weather because you get yourself inside, nice comfortable practice room, get yourself on a lovely stage like this. And this is darts o'clock here on Monday, around about 11 o'clock, where you've started to get your game together. You know how you're feeling.
80.
Well, you were very close regarding
Victor,
Bernard
you
Hopkins.
require
It was Clinton
170.
Mitchell.
Oh,
Clifton, of course, boxed at heavyweight, but Bernard Hopkins started at middle and ended up winning titles at light heavy. So he went through a fair few divisions, but yeah, lost on debut and then
105.
didn't lose again until facing Roy Jones.
Yeah, he wasn't too bad.
58. Victor, you require 65.
This is for a 4-0 win, and our third 4-0 of the day already. It's only game 5. That's a lazy dart. You've got to learn from that. In this spot, guarantee yourself a shot.
25.
I know that
Connor, you
on
require
142,
142.
that maybe going for the treble was a calculated risk, but he doesn't like the fact that he's missed the single. But he does have an opportunity to put it right here.
62.
Yeah, and
Victor, you
Victor has
require
an
40.
opportunity to put right the 4-0 defeat to Jim Long.
Game,
And he
shot,
reverses that
and
with
the
a
match,
4-0
Victor
win
Tingstrom.
over Connor Hopkins. Connor averaged just 71.91 there. 84.68 for Victor. Very tidy and a massive improvement on his opening match performance. 1-180 apiece in there. 4 out of 12 on the doubles. Connor reduced just to 2 darts at a double in the whole match. When we come back, it's Dimitri taking on Oscar.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have a couple of players on stage now who actually appeared at the PDC World Cup of Darts earlier this year. Oscar Lukasiak representing Sweden and Dimitri Zukov representing Latvia. The pair of them here as ADC Europe representatives, and talking you through all of the action today, it is Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, and as we heard in the interview by Paul Nicholson with Dimitri a little earlier, he knows both Oscar Very well. And Victor, of
First
course.
leg, it's Dimitri to throw first. Game on.
So they'll be familiar with each other's game. And, well, Dimitri doesn't hang about, and Oscar is a much more
140.
sedate pace, isn't it? It'd be interesting to see how that affects the game of Dimitri.
I always think it's fascinating to watch a player who
100.
always has to travel vast distances to play any format. We talk about Jacob Taylor, who came here from Canada and got to the final of Series 3.
78.
Yeah, but I bet he doesn't have to catch a boat just to get a local league game.
He probably shouldn't, but that is what Dimitri has to do. And I remember years ago when Finnish player Joko Kummila said that he had to fly to his local league.
85.
And you think, around the UK, there are so many ADC tournaments and local leagues that you play. I bet you don't have to fly or get a boat.
140.
Well, you would know this, having spent many years in Australia. The league games there, you can travel vast distances, but usually by car.
We used to have a guy come to our Super League on a Thursday.
100. Dimitri required
Drive 3 hours.
143.
And 3 hours back.
That's mad.
He come from Bendigo. And it's crackers.
Well, I used to
59.
be looked after by a great man in London darts, Jim Granahan. And I used to go from Bristol to London to play Super League.
But he was sick of the sight of the M4 motorway.
I was.
60. Dimitri require 84.
Another good scoring start here from Dimitri. That part of his game looks very solid.
Yeah, his doubling left a lot to be desired. But again, playing on his debut game, he gets a pass out from me. Yeah, 4 from 22, wasn't it?
60.
It was 18 darts,
Oscar, you
missed it a
require
double.
156.
2 double 20s, double 18. Only one way to go.
Did
100.
see a 156
Dimitri
last
required
week from
24.
our eventual champion, Sebastian Białowski. I've seen a double 12 already today from Jim Long.
No score.
That worries me.
Oscar,
that he's
you
missed it by
required
vast
56.
distances 3 times.
And getting further away from the target. The adjustment's not quite there yet. He may pay the price here. Tops. Double 10.
46.
But there were worrying
Dimitri
signs on the
required
doubles
24.
for Oscar in his first game. 1 hit from 9. Dimitri had
Game shot on the
22
first
dots
leg.
at double
Dimitri
in his
Zukov.
first win. It takes him 4 to get off the mark here in the first leg.
Second
We
leg, it's
mentioned
Oscar to throw first.
Hopkins.
Game
So
on.
we got Oscar here, so it's a bit of a boxing theme here.
Oh, I know what game you're looking forward to.
Yeah. Co-owners, of course, of Golden Boy.
So it's going to be
83.
Connor Hopkins versus...
Oscar Della.
Hang on a minute. There's a good one. Oscar Della.
57.
You see where we went with that?
Yeah.
The old 138 thing again? So it's Oscar versus Connor later, and that could be a bit of a punch-up. Slightly different weight classes. But
Yeah.
they've already played, so we missed the boat.
60.
Better late than never.
We are starting to see more players from the Baltic states
58.
playing over here at the MODUS Super Series. We saw Mindaugas Barauskas recently, and I loved having him here. I thought he was a great addition. He was great with energy. He didn't qualify for Saturday night, but he got on superbly well with everybody in the practice room and conducted himself fantastically. And I'm sure Dimitri will continue to do the same. And Dimitri's actually had a good luck message this morning from Yanis Mustafayev, who has
58.
been in touch on social media, wishing him all the very best.
As did Luke Littler for Connor, didn't he?
Indeed he did. Nice touch there from the still reigning champion, Luke Littler, who has sent a message to Connor to say good luck.
Yeah, nice touch,
58.
that.
When we had Anton Östlund here winning a few weeks ago, a certain Stefan Naj was in the Far East,
55.
chilling a bit and sending a message to Anton. I wonder if Stefan is watching again. Got two of his countrymen here in Oscar and Victor. And Victor has definitely picked himself off the ground in that last performance.
100.
Which was, strangely, in 71 darts for 4-0, exactly the same amount of darts that Jim Long used in his previous game.
133. Oscar, you require 140.
You take the ton now. Oh, I love
92.
that, you know. It takes the bus
Dimitri
shot
require
out of commission
140.
completely. Treble 12 would have left double 12. It's a really good way of doing it for me. If you are feeling just a
82.
little bit nervous.
Oscar,
Yeah,
you
if you're a little
require
tight.
48.
Very safe play. That is ultimately like laying up, Nico, isn't it?
And what's he like with a wedge in his hand?
8.
Not very good with the putter.
Dimitri
I
require
feel his
58.
pain.
Can this be a crisp 2-darter to take a 2-0 lead? He does find
Game
double
shot on the
15, so it is
second
2-0.
leg. Dimitri
Because we're not going to hit
Zukov.
one double, that hits two.
You know, you were saying earlier that Connor Hopkins reminded you of somebody.
Third leg, it's Dimitri to
Well,
throw first.
Funny enough,
Game on.
Dimitri reminds me of an old friend of mine who's no longer with us. And when I think about this gentleman, I feel quite somber. My old friend Davey
77.
Dodds, who we lost a few years ago, he reminds me of Davey. And it reminds me of a very important message that if you are feeling a bit down in the dumps, speak to a friend. Don't be afraid to open your gish, as we say up in the northeast.
59.
Yeah, it's okay to not be okay.
Yeah, Davey was tall and very good at darts.
Yes.
Played at
remember
UK
him well.
Opens. He was actually Gary Anderson's
95.
opponent when Gary got a 9-darter in Bolton. Now, is Oscar being just the tiniest bit precise? Or too precise with the first dart?
60.
Yeah, I agree. I think I don't know this for sure, but maybe he, because as we've already mentioned, when he was 12, he had a 9-darter in official competition, and that comes with
140.
pressure and expectation. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get a chance to talk. I thought it's a horrible subject to bring up, isn't it? It's something you just never want to talk to a player about, but
140.
it wouldn't surprise me if the reason he went missing was because he got the dreaded dartitis, and he's found a way to overcome it, but
150.
he has to go through that routine before he can just get rid of the dart.
We do know that if you lose your first couple of games in Group A, it's not the end of the world. We've seen Lee Budgeon from ADC Darts in the past lose his first couple of games in Group A and then go on to win it.
44. Dimitri
So
requires
there is encouragement
74.
there. But as far as this debut campaign so far for Dimitri is concerned, nothing's going wrong.
Game
Keeps
shot on
winning
the
legs.
third leg.
3-0.
Dimitri Zukovs.
Even if he wins 4-0, he's not going to be top of the table, but he will be very close to Jim Long's position.
Fourth leg, it's Oscar to throw first. Game on.
$15 there from Dimitri.
60.
Never been to Latvia?
No.
Neither have I. I've not actually
No.
been to any countries like Estonia, Latvia, or Lithuania.
41.
No, I've not been to either of those. Plenty in Scandinavia, but back in the day, there wasn't really that many. Well, there wasn't any events over there that were ranked.
180.
Finland, Sweden, Norway,
Denmark. Yeah, all of them. I've been to all of those.
Favorite country of those?
40.
Not to put you on the spot or anything.
Sweden was just beautiful, absolutely spotless. I should go back now that I can afford a beer.
60.
Yeah, it was just lovely people, beautiful place.
I can't believe I've never been there.
Yeah, I will be going back.
Take the European tour to Sweden
133.
for years, and I'm saying this with all honesty from what I've heard, is that over the last 20 years, there actually have been darting political problems in Sweden.
Yep.
46.
And you know this whole thing with BDO PDC, it goes back to 1993. But in certain parts of the world, it's taken an awful lot longer to
59.
smooth things over.
Oscar, you
It's the same
require
in Australia, same in New
155.
Zealand. It's happened in Scandinavia and other parts of the world. But it seems like we're all getting along famously now, which isn't it lovely?
Nice and warm, isn't it?
131.
This is for the match. For Dimitri, if he can leave it,
Well, yeah, Oscar's not been convincing, has he, on the outer ring at all?
that's my exact
52.
point. I'm thinking to myself, he
Oscar,
hits
you
a
require
ton of a ton 40
24.
there, he probably gets a shot. Because Lukasiak today has not been convincing on the outer ring.
I was going to say, watch him thump this in for a start. No, the
18.
woes continue. None from 7 in this match.
This is why, if you're in the practice room, you've got to keep your eye on the monitors to see the tendencies of the players to try and find the weakness and expose it.
100. Oscar, you require 6.
Do you know anybody who likes double three?
Richard Ashdown.
That's it. One player on Earth. That's why.
No
Because
score.
it's just a horror show of a double.
Dimitri, you require
When
76.
you've got 2 darts in your hand.
You just got to be uber aggressive, haven't you, on dart 1. Oh, that's a perfect opening dart. Double 8.
And he
Game,
gets the job
shot,
done a lot
and the
quicker
match,
this time.
Dimitri Zukov.
It's not a classic performance averaging 79, but all you got to do is beat the person in front of you. And that's encouraging for Dimitri because in that game, he was better on the doubles. 4 hits from 9 is a lot better than 4 from 22, which was his previous effort. So improvement in that part of his game means that when he comes back for round 3 against Victor Tingstrom, that might be a bit of a dust-up. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, Jim Long will try to keep his perfect run going against Connor Hopkins.
Welcome back. Paul Nicholson's joined me to discuss what's happened so far, and it's kind of been one-sided stuff in every single match.
Yeah, definitely. I think the results, they do reflect the dominance of what we've seen from certain players. Dimitri with a couple of wins. Jim Long hasn't lost a leg yet. He looks incredibly comfortable on the stage, and he's going to be very tough to beat today. But when it comes to Victor and Connor, one win apiece and something to work on going into round 3.
Yeah, you mentioned Connor Hopkins there. He got that win in his very debut match here on the Super Series stage. Great performance for an 18-year-old.
Yeah, I think it's important that he gets a win early, just to prove to himself that he belongs here. And ultimately, when you've got a little bit of adrenaline pumping through your veins, you're going to do something quite special every now and again. And hitting a double like double 9 is not an easy thing to do when you're under a bit of pressure to hit it. But I think he should now use that experience to his benefit to see just how this day can materialise.
Yeah, he hasn't been the story of the day so far. We said at the start of the day it was interesting to see an odds-on favourite, but he's certainly living up to it. Jim Long with these fabulous whitewash wins. He hasn't lost a leg yet. 2 4-0 wins, and I'm going to do it, Paul. It didn't take Jim Long, did it?
Classic you. But it's just been steady, and that's what you need in these kind of campaigns. You're going to play 15 games in Group A, and what you need to do is have a small margin between your top game and your bottom game. We talk about the range with Chris Mason, Matthew Edgar, and our other pundit friends, because as tight as that can be, if it's of a really good standard between, say, 85 and 90, if you can stay to that, you're going to be very difficult to displace.
If we take a look at the table, obviously, without losing a leg, Jim Long's going to be top of it. But Dimitri Zukov's winning both games as well, and a winner piece for Hopkins and Tingstrom. Who, apart from Jim, have you got a bit of optimism for, and who are you worried for?
I'm a little bit worried about Oscar. He doesn't look particularly comfortable at this stage. I think Rene will probably kick in a little bit later in the day. But as far as Dimitri's concerned, I'm encouraged by his better doubling in his second game, and I'm really encouraged by the better performance of Victor in his second game, because he looked a bit edgy on debut, but now that he's got that out of the way, he looks a bit fiery, and I like that.
Well, the next match features Jim Long again, still without the loss of a leg to his name. Will that change here? He takes on the teenage sensation, Connor Hopkins, an ADC qualifier. So I'll hand you back to Chris Mason. Paul's going to join him.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, he's going to have to... Connor, this is. He'll have to raise his level of performance. So far, he's had an 81 and a 71, and that range that Nico was talking about, 88-41 in match 1 for Jim, 84-68 in match 2. So a range of around 4 points, where the range for Connor, a much bigger gap of 10 points.
First leg, it's Jim to throw first. Game on.
So the odds compilers go 2-7 Jim, 5-2 Connor. That was before the off. It's now 1-3 and 9-4. There's been a bit of a reaction
60
from what we've seen so far. In terms of 180s in the match, they point towards Connor,
46,
who had 2 in his opening match, 1 in match 2. Jim, he had 1 in match 1 and didn't find
140
one in match 2. I just think the consistent level of play will
135
cause Connor problems here. He doesn't need a massive jump in level, but anything around 90-ish will certainly make him competitive in this match. Anything around 80, he's going to be in a spot of bother.
Yeah, we do talk about Jim in this
100. Jim, you require 161.
When he's got the darts here on Monday, as he will have against Connor on Wednesday as well, he's going to be even harder to beat, because it means that Connor's going to have to find that spectacular leg to break him and to hold his own throw. This is the kind of game that Connor needs to play right now to gain that valuable experience.
Aim shot on the
and
first
look at what
leg.
Jim's done.
Jim Long.
He's getting better as the day goes on. And it's not going to be any problems with his engine because he's
Second
not
leg, it's
playing
Connor
many
to throw
legs.
first. Game on.
Yeah, the minimum amount so far. That was a 13 dart hold.
Minimum work,
140.
maximum payoff.
Yeah, that's certainly been the case so far. And I was just discussing, as you were, with Chris Murphy regards to the range
100.
so far today. It's only a range of around 4 points for Jim, but the range for Connor has been 10 points, 81 average, 71 average.
And he doesn't want that to widen.
25.
Not in the wrong direction anyway.
Good point.
At the moment, Jim's...
100.
I mean, it's more about the lower range, Nico, not necessarily the higher range. And if your C game's around 80, and your
43.
B game's around 85, and your A game's around 95, and your A plus game's around 100, as you said upstairs, you're going to be very hard to beat because he
95.
just doesn't make too many mistakes. And as we know from experience, an 85 can beat a 95.
Yes, it can.
100.
It does.
Just look how much sizel that point is taking up.
Well,
81.
He's got them darts where it looks like the barrel incorporates a lot of the point. It's sort of down the point, isn't it?
You do tend to find a lot of North
58.
American dart players
Jim, you
have
require
similar
125.
steel points to that of the soft tips they use, so they don't have to change barrels between two different disciplines.
Yep. And it just gives that extra weight at the
49.
front of the dart, doesn't it?
Connor, you require
It does.
135.
So his darts in steel tip are going in a little bit more upright, whereas in soft tip they'd be going in exactly perpendicular to the floor. Well, that's a lovely
95.
bullseye
Jim,
to
you
set of
require
tops.
76.
If he gets a go. Was very efficient over the weekend in this department.
Game shot on the
And
second leg.
continues
Jim
here. He
Long.
backs up the 13 with a 17, so a mean average of 15 gives him a overall
Third leg, it's
average
Jim
of
to throw first. Game
100.20.
on.
You know, I like to have a little humour about the play on names in the sport. We had a couple last week.
45.
But imagine if Jim married Paul Lim's daughter, and he took the name, he'd be Jim Lim.
60.
I think Canadian darts in a pretty good place at the minute. There you can see those points going in the board. Look at the girth on those
140.
points. It's incredible. 180s today from Jim Long. You aren't going to get many.
Now, one so far.
96.
We've seen points in steel tip darts that are probably somewhere in the region of
82.
25% of the width of that because they've got a flexible nature. You just got to find something that works for you. Whether it's texture, look,
80.
feel, length. But that's the second time today I've seen Connor waving that wrist around. And does he want to go for the 180 here, or does he want the 174? Well, he wants the 174 because he ran out of room.
Beautiful switch.
I made the joke off the air with Chris Murphy.
133. Jim, you
If Jim
require
Long keeps
60.
going like this, you might have to call him Juan. Juan nil.
Game shot on the third
Because
leg.
he's 3-0
Jim
up
Long.
again. But this is a very different performance.
Yeah, averaging 102.48.
Fourth leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
And he's put about 14 points on his running average for the day.
134.
I can assure you, by the end of play today, his average will be anywhere between 88 and 90.
Yeah, I'd have to go with
85.
that.
It's what he does.
But his record today is very much like his dart shirt. Pristine.
96.
You think about who he's got left. He's got Dimitri in game 11. I'm sure that will be a stiff test against the Latvian, but he will play Oscar
97.
Lukasiak in game 15. And we know that Oscar's struggled so far today. This could be potentially one of the best Mondays
58.
we've ever seen.
Well, he's looking more than likely to move on to 8 points, and if he can somehow win this leg from
47.
here, it'll be 12 legs played, 12 legs won. We
96.
did see Littler match the record, didn't we, for legs won in a week.
Plus 36 last week to join Christian Kist with that record. Sensible there from Long
105.
to leave the
Connor,
finish.
you require
But
117.
if Jim keeps going this way, plus 36 is at risk. And I'm talking about that at 11:34.
Game shot on the
it's a
fourth
great
leg.
shot from Connor.
Connor Hopkins.
First leg that Jim has lost all day. And bravo to Connor for getting it with a tongue
Fifth
plus
leg, it's Jim
checkout.
to throw first.
But-
Game on.
Game wide. That is fabulous.
Yeah, the 2 ton plus finishes so far today have both come
95.
from the same player, Connor Hopkins, a ton out in his match against Oscar, and now a 117 in his match
60.
against Jim Long.
I don't know if you've noticed, but he doesn't have a specific
83.
order with these flights as well. Do you know how Darius Labanauskas of Lithuania always throws the flights that are different colour in certain orders?
Yeah.
Jim doesn't do that.
96.
Red, white, red, or anything like that. It's just a visual thing for him.
Yeah, it's just as they come out of the delivering hand.
137.
Usually on target.
Certainly the case in this contest so far.
His 88.41 average
100.
from game one against Victor Tingstrom is still the performance of the day. But I hasten to say that won't be for long, because this one is taking him over 100.
145.
If he gets the first shot at double, he will have our first 4 from 4 for the week.
55. Jim, you require 41.
And our first 100 average, or very close to it.
Game,
Well,
shot,
if Jim
and
Long
the
was going
match,
to play for a
Jim
football
Long.
team, he'd be 4 for athletic. So 4-1 he will take. He's only lost 1 leg in his first 3 matches. 4 from 4 it is. And we didn't see 1 dart missed at double in that entire contest. And you do not see that very often. 100.2, and that is even 15 darters for that contest for Jim. A wonderful display. And he will be very hard to stop in the final 2 rounds of matches. But before we get there, it's going to be Oscar Lukasiak against Rene Eidams towards the other end of the table.
Hi there, thanks for watching the MODUS Super Series, where the middle match of Monday features a basement battle between two players who are yet to pick up a point. Rene Eidams, the Cuba former weekly winner here at the Live Lounge, has only managed to win a couple of legs in his first two games, while his opponent, Oscar Lukasiak, has only won one leg from his first two games. So something has got to give here. Can the cube square the circle, or will it be Oscar's O that goes? Let's find out with Paul and Chris.
You
First leg, it's Rene to throw first. Game
than a
on.
Sony PlayStation console right there. Murph, you are a genius. And who's going to be a darting genius in this one? Because Germany against
81.
Sweden will give us another 2 points dished out. But who will get them? Jim Long is in the distance. Right now, these players might be thinking, if he keeps
80.
playing like that, we're all playing for a Group B spot, which will be the top three, of course. Second and third will go to Group B later in the week.
59.
The winner will have Thursday and Friday off ahead of Saturday night in Week 10. And the bottom three will play in Group C, which is particularly feisty this week with Tommy Morris, Adam Mould and Cam Crabtree. What we need from Oscar, or what he needs, is something encouraging to happen, because today, so far, he's lost 4-1 to Connor Hopkins and 4-0 to the Latvian Dimitri Zukov.
Well, it was a lovely boxing reference from Chris Murphy. Someone's O's got to go.
Well, this is already better from
Yeah,
Oscar.
I'm convinced he'll get it right eventually. I've seen enough of that World Cup run to the quarters
59. Oscar, you require 141.
to suggest he's got a very high level. Well, that performance from Jim Long was
90.
very much making a statement to the field.
$97. Oscar, you require 51.
Well, this would be a statement to himself for his best leg of the day. Double 16.
Well, we've got a run of matches with someone's O's got to go,
27.
because this one,
Rene, you require 108.
the O is in reference to not having any points in our matches
30. Oscar, you require
coming
24.
up a little later. We'll have a similar scenario, won't we? And Jim takes on Dimitri.
How many times today have we seen somebody
No
going
score.
for double 12 because they've missed double
Rene
16
requires
into the single
78.
8?
Yeah, and that again was a mile away, wasn't it? Well, this could be a
Game
hold,
shot on
it
the
is,
first
but will
leg.
very much
Rene
feel like a
Eidams.
break of throat. He was never really in the leg.
Second leg, it's Oscar to throw first. Game on.
I've heard from a reliable source this morning that Oscar is a typical Viking. I've never been to Sweden, so I don't really know what that means. But
60.
I know that Oscar is really angry at losing that first leg. So if I were playing him right now, I'd give him a wide berth.
99.
The Vikings invaded my homeland. There's very famous Viking references all over the northeast of England. Places like Lindisfarne.
60.
That was their landing point, I believe. Beautiful place where you can go and see things like puffins.
137.
They're them little birds with the white beaks, aren't they?
Yeah, they've got a bit of colour in them as well.
100.
Wonderful little creatures.
Mm.
Yeah, certain sanctuaries around
92.
the world for certain creatures, and you can see a lot of those up in the northeast. We've got to go
Way up north, though, towards the Scotland border. We are getting to the point of the year where things will get
60.
a little chilly, but as far as darting nations are concerned, it doesn't get much chillier than Sweden. Very cold there during the
99.
winter.
And it hardly gets light.
Yeah, but
Finland's even more severe for that. Doesn't really get dark in the summer and hardly gets light in the winter.
you know, there's
55.
something I'm dying
Rene
to do in my
requires
life.
74.
Northern Lights.
Yes, but a certain way.
Game shot on the second
And the
leg.
Northern Lights do have a
Rene
bit of green
Eidams.
in them. And Rene Eidams has got a 2-0 lead against the Swede. You seen those domes
Third leg, it's Rene to
that you
throw
can
first.
sleep in overnight and you see the Northern Lights, hopefully, above you?
Yep.
I've got to do that in my life at some point.
98.
Make sure you take a warm jacket.
There are many different ways to keep yourself warm these days.
60.
Right now, Eidams is feeling warmer because he's winning legs.
Well, for someone who likes the finer things in life, Nico, I'm quite surprised you
100.
enjoy camping.
Got to get back to nature, haven't you? I'm a big believer in what the Japanese do called forest bathing. And Charlotte Church, actually, weirdly,
96.
has a sanctuary in Wales, which massages a lot of what the Shinto people did in Japan in years gone by. It's called
99.
taking yourself away from technology and all of the concrete buildings, and you go back to forest bathing, which is lying on a train looking at the sky, and it's apparently very therapeutic. That's probably going to be on social media as
58.
Nico's little did you know today.
Well, it's not quite Shaolin monk territory,
44.
but I totally get that, having studied a little bit of that over the time.
Oh, it's a good first start. He'd love to get 3 of them. That's the settle for 2. You can see
121.
that was
Rene, you
really
require
inviting
160.
for a second treble, but he doesn't get to a finish. A finish Eidams has.
Game
and
shot on the
completes.
third leg.
A wonderful
Rene
shot.
Eidams.
Biggest finish of the day. It might even be the finish of the group.
Fourth leg, it's Oscar to throw first. Game on.
Frustrations continue for Oscar, but credit to him, he's not getting himself too animated.
$81.
How impressive is this from Eidams, though? Averaging over 92 for the first 3 legs. Much better from him.
43.
Yeah, this is a huge improvement. 3 out of 3 on the doubles. Are we going to get back-to-back perfection? Jim Long produced 4 out of 4 last time out against Connor Hopkins.
60.
There's a lot going on with that dart shirt, isn't it? It's almost like a horror scene.
100.
Looks like he's been clawed at by Freddy Krueger. The only reason I say that is because Halloween's coming up. Everything's going to get ghoulish in Champions Week on day 2. Because
60.
Champions Week starts on October the 30th. We've got to do something Halloween related on that day. Just has to happen.
40.
So I'm going to throw it out to our viewers on our social media channels. Please feel free to get in touch. I'll be here in Champions Week. I do believe Chris Murphy will be here in Champions Week. What would you like us to be dressed as?
100.
If it was up to you.
Yes, I'll just be getting back from Germany for the
140.
European Championships on ITV4. That gets underway on the 26th.
There's going to be a lot of people thinking that it could be back-to-back major titles for a certain Luke Humphreys.
60.
The celebration for the Grand Prix champion will go to Hildesheim this weekend as he looks to get another European Tour title.
Is he going to go, or is he going to...
Oscar, you require 140.
Well, if I was him, I'd probably give that one a miss and enjoy the moment.
Eidams might be enjoying a very good moment here on Monday morning because 80 points
60.
will give him
Rene,
a
you
4-0
require
victory.
80.
Can he be perfect on the outer ring? We're about to find out.
60.
Not quite. It's
Oscar,
actually
you require
Lukasiak who has
80.
the same shot to stop the match from being only 4 legs.
So it's going to be 1 dart at tops to save it.
Game
Oh,
shot
and
the
he does
fourth
find it
leg.
this time.
Oscar Lukasiak.
And Lukasiak gets a leg on the board, but
Fifth leg, it's Rene
it
to
just
throw
a-
first. Game
a
on.
consolation.
Not to use the word execution again, but because we did label that as a possible nickname for Connor Hopkins,
30.
the executioner. But is that a stay of execution?
Feels like it, doesn't it? Although only a 30 start from Rene. We'll give Oscar hope.
100.
We had a game here on Saturday night, which is probably going to live in my memory rent-free forever, between Alexander Merckx and Luke
95.
Littler. It was game 5. It was 3-0 Alexander Merckx, and we all thought, we're about to see the first person to beat Luke Littler on a Saturday night here. In his 18th game on that stage on a Saturday night.
140.
It went to 3-3, and we thought if Alexander wins that leg, it goes to a 9-dart shootout with
59.
Harry Ward. Littler wins the last leg with 2 double tops and a 100 checkout, and the next thing you know, he goes to the semis. But then Białecki had the formula to be the only person to beat Luke Littler on the
55.
Saturday night stage in his MODUS Super Series career, because he might never be back.
Yeah, and he backed that performance up with a
137.
high-level showing against Andy Bolton in the final. Who's been in fine form of late, hasn't he, Andy?
Hasn't he just? 3 visits here, 1 win, 2 finals. Tremendous.
100.
But it just goes to show that 3-0 doesn't mean you're safe. You still have a job to do.
60.
Can't get the treble
Oscar,
he
you
craved,
require
which means Lukasiak
106.
is still favourite in this leg for a break of throw. Interesting play. He went for the treble 20 for double
82.
13.
Rene, you require 120.
Eidams missed 80 for the match in the previous leg.
100.
And has now missed 120.
Oscar, you required 24.
Break of throw opportunity. Makes
Game
this
shot on the
game
fifth leg.
very,
Oscar
very
Lukasiak.
interesting.
Rene has had a lot of checkout opportunities in this match, which
Sixth
are in
leg,
the
it's
same
Oscar to
region
throw
of the board.
first. Game on.
80, 120, 160. He's hit the most difficult of the lot. It's the other 2 that he missed have cost him the match.
57.
Just on that point about Humphreys, actually, because there are 4 Players' Championship events next week in Barnsley. If you were in his position, Mace,
93.
would you go to Germany this weekend and play Players' Championships next week, or would you pick either?
Yeah, it's a toughie, isn't it? I think I'd
60.
have a look back and well, after the weekend, you just want to chill, surely.
I think what I would potentially do is go to
59.
Germany this weekend and then maybe only play 2 of the Players' Championships next week.
Yeah.
you don't have to, in your vernacular, chase a pound.
No, exactly that. Listen, it's job
100.
done. And just try and enjoy the moment. Have a good rest as we approach the busiest part of the season. This is where it's big tournament after big tournament.
I think if there's anybody this year who has been a genius at managing the schedule, it has been Humphreys. He's taken constructive breaks over the summer and the late spring, and he's never been overworked.
100.
And that is going to have to be really key for all of the top players over the next 3 months. And that comes into Super Series action, actually, because
100.
there are players who do play Pro Tour action and this and Challenge Tour, which is in a couple of weeks. And I'm talking about Cam Crabtree later in the week. He's playing an awful lot of darts at the minute.
I mean, there is an argument for Luke because
96.
It's on the
Rene,
back
you
of
require
his biggest win to
150.
date. You just want to keep playing, but that also comes with the risk factor of having a couple of disasters and all that
100.
confidence being crushed before a
Oscar,
much
you
more
require
important
88.
event like the Europeans or the Grand Slam. And of course, the Worlds.
Rene's confidence might be slightly different if he loses this leg, because it would be 3 leg losses in a row. 7-7.
74.
That close.
Rene,
to
you
being
require
3-3.
50.
It's going to be 16.
18.
And Eidams has missed now 4 darts for the match
Oscar, you
in
require
3
14.
different legs.
Yeah, did have a dart to win it 4-0. This 7-7 goes in. He is going to be under the pump.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Oscar Lukasiak.
We have a level game. 3 on the spin for Oscar.
7th and
Now
final
we've got
leg.
a
It's
Clive
Rene to
Dunn
throw
game.
first.
Don't panic, Rene. Don't panic.
94.
I'm always fascinated to see people's dart cases on the table as well. We know that the king of dart case housery is Shane McGurk, who likes to prop it up
60.
and promote his brand.
Very clever.
But I like it when people have got their flag on there. There's so much choice these days, isn't there? My first dart case was
52.
Folded.
just a folded thing, and you got 1 set of darts and probably 3 flights in it.
Yeah. Nowhere to keep spare stems or anything.
Nowadays, it's like luggage.
It is like a little mini suitcase.
Yeah, what's next? Wheels on them. And a retractable
100.
handle.
There we go. We can see the Swedish flag.
And there you see what's called in physics refraction, which is seeing colours through refracted liquid. See, Mr. Browner was paying attention.
135.
Isn't it Sweden where they have the Nobel
60.
Prize ceremony as well? Is it there? I think it is in Sweden. So if Oscar wins this game, he gets the Nobel Prize for comebacks.
45.
Well, he needs a 2-trouble visit here.
It's amazing how things can turn. We all thought that Rene was going to get himself
100.
off the mark. I guarantee you this, if he misses darts for the match in every single leg in the final 4,
58.
he might just need a bit of fresh air.
Yeah. Might need a little walk around the block.
Still on a knife edge. Eidams throughout this game has had the better average the whole time. But that is predominantly because of what he did in the first 3 legs.
Rene required 117.
Treble 19 needed.
57.
Now he could
Oscar,
realistically
you
lose
require
this game from being
41.
3-0 up. Double 16 for Oscar.
Game,
He doesn't get
shot,
an Oscar,
and the match.
but he does get the Nobel Prize for
Lukasiak.
comebacks. That is a 4-3 win for the Swede. When he was 3-0 down, he was in so much trouble, but ultimately he stayed strong and he gets his first 2 points of this Group A campaign. Rene Eidams will have to wait for his. When we come back, Victor Tingstrom will now take on Dimitri Zukov.
Game 9 of today's 15 fixtures here at the Super Series is a meeting between Victor Tingstrom and Dimitri Zukov, who is yet to lose a game, 2 from 2 so far, and looking to maintain that undefeated record ahead of a showdown with Jim Long, who is unbeaten in 3 matches. So will it be another win for Dimitri, or can Victor get the victory? Let's find out with Paul and Chris.
Yes, let's find out, because we've just seen the Swede, the other Swede, Oskar Lukasiak, get his first win of the day. A very impressive comeback from 3-0 down. But now we look at the other undefeated player in Dimitri Zukov against an improved Victor Tingstrom from round 1 to round 2. It'll be interesting to see how Victor does evolve as the day goes on, Mr. Mason. I was going to call you Murph there. Sorry about that.
Well, I do need a shave, but I don't think I can
100.
grow a beard of that quality. Well, Nico, you've been educating the nation, and I've been feeling a little, you know, out of place sat here. So I'm going to add a. Well, actually, I'm going to test your knowledge. Fika is a national obsession. Fika. In Sweden.
100.
Obsession. They love doing this. What do you think that is, Nico?
I don't actually know what it is, having never been to Sweden.
100.
It's our equivalent to a coffee break.
Like afternoon tea kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, they'll eat light snacks,
100.
coffee and bit of cake.
You missed out on the brownies on Saturday, by the way, that I made.
He did it again. Did it to me last time. Oh, I could do without them. At the moment.
140.
Swedish people also terrified of badgers. And apparently, this would be no good for me, but Swedish
91.
children only
Dimitri
eat
required
sweets on a Saturday.
121.
That's incredibly disciplined.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. And nothing disciplined about that first start.
45.
Well, when Dimitri plays against Jim Long in game
Victor,
11,
required
we may even get
110.
a little dose of things you didn't know about Latvia. I like learning about different countries. That's why we love this sport.
Yeah, I love the traditions.
90.
And another Swedish tradition at
Dimitri
a
required
wedding.
76.
Anybody could make a speech. Whew, that would be dangerous if I was about.
We had an Olympian speaker here on Friday. Oh, that's so unfortunate. He was looking for 25 in Bolt. Do you remember the speech that Mark Hilton gave at the awards dinner when he got Best Newcomer? I think it was about 20 minutes.
60.
Yeah, he wouldn't be allowed
Victor,
to
you
do a speech
required
in
20.
Sweden. Not at a wedding.
Well, Victor's been hanging
Game
around a
shot
little
the
bit, but he
first
does get
leg.
that first
Victor
leg of the
Tingstrom.
contest. That was about as clinical as his haircut.
Second leg, it's Dimitri to throw first. Game on.
He doesn't hang around, does he? He's always very quick in
57.
the scoring phase, but tends to spend a bit more time thinking around the doubles. Is that one of the reasons why his doubling stats would maybe not be as impressive as his scoring phase?
Yeah, I think there's almost he tried. I mean, he's a quick thrower, and I think he just slows things down too much when going for a double. Like I say, he tries to almost place them in. Now, one thing my pet hate is bad timekeeping, Nico. Something the Swedes also dislike immensely is poor timekeeping. They're obsessed with being on time. I like that.
I like Sweden
42.
already. I can't stand being late. Or too early. I think punctuality is something everybody should be good at.
45.
I saw something the other day on the internet I thought was really interesting. How do we know it's Monday? Because we're banking on the fact that one person in history has kept count the whole way. They didn't actually lose count. That'll make your head spin for a few days. Keep thinking about that one.
100.
Yeah, that's played with my mind a little.
That's what darts can do to you. It can play with your mind. We've seen people make mistakes in the last few weeks that they wouldn't make usually because pressure can actually change you.
171.
It's the chemical produced in the brain when you're under pressure. That's why some people who are not used to being in front of the camera being interviewed,
Dimitri required 160.
Their brain affects their ability to speak.
Well, the 60's been
Victor,
taken care of.
115.
But Victor's looking for more than 60.
Oh, he can still finish.
That was a bit of serendipity. You can't take full advantage of it, though.
47. Dimitri required 100.
Got 60 last time. Doesn't want it again. He wanted it with the first dart. 2 of those would be good.
80.
Good try.
Victor, you require 68.
Little earlier on a double out. On the double 18, he hit the first one but couldn't follow. 36 for 32.
Game shot on the second
no
leg.
problem there
Victor
for Victor.
Tingstrom.
Do you know in Sweden, they think that Tingstrom is the next thing, the next
Third leg, it's
superstar.
Victor to throw
They
first.
really do think that
Game
he's
on.
going to kick on and be something very impressive. Even more so than Anton Östlund, who's already qualified for Champions Week here in Series 5.
125.
If we get another Swede in Champions Week, I think the soundtrack on Champions Night is going to have to be ABBA and Ace of Base.
45.
Love a good themed night, mate.
Which means if he wins a
100.
game or wins a day, there is a plethora of reasons for Chris Murphy to get the pun book out. Things like the winner takes
55.
it all. He's the super trooper of this game. Mamma mia, that was a good visit.
60.
I won't go any further. My Swedish pop music knowledge is a little bit better than my Latvian.
79.
Although he does live in Ireland, so we could have gone full Westlife, Boyzone or something like that. But we won't.
100.
At the minute, Dimitri can't live with the scoring power of Victor.
I thought it would be the other way around.
And some people go one of two ways, don't they?
43.
They start well and they
Victor
tail off.
required
Or
160.
some people just start slow and get better. Looks like Victor tends to get better as the day goes on.
56.
That might even be a Swedish trait because it seems that's the way for Oscar as well.
57.
And for the first time
Victor,
today,
you
Dimitri
require
is showing
60.
signs of frustration. Double top. Just sandwich it in the middle. A nice little smorgasbord shot.
Game
Just
shot
like
in the
that.
third leg.
And you're
Victor
right.
Tingstrom.
Victor, that is a double top to give you a 3-0 lead. And guess where smorgasbord is from?
Fourth leg, it's
Sweden.
Dimitri to throw first. Game on.
It's a
Did
somewhat...
you know you're not allowed to name a child Elvis or IKEA in Sweden? It's against law.
83.
Elvis?
I know. I don't know. Well, I can understand calling someone Elvis, but I don't understand the IKEA thing. But why would you call someone IKEA
Well,
anyway?
that's interesting
40.
because in the sitcom Friends, when Phoebe pretends to be Swedish, when she's massaging Rachel, she calls herself IKEA.
98.
So in Friends, Phoebe has done something illegal. That's probably part
60.
of the joke. This is no joke, though. If you look at Dimitri's leg difference at the minute, it
69.
stands at +6. But if he loses heavily here, that will be severely damaged. He may even trade places with Victor in the table at this early stage.
100.
The one thing about this discipline, especially with Group A, you're playing
41.
an awful lot of games. It's a marathon for a huge reward, but minimal places. And in the case of Group A,
140.
only one place out of 6 gets the 2 days off. Things do get the tiniest bit easier as the week goes on. With 3 places up for grabs in
132.
Group B and
Victor,
2 in
you
Group C.
require 161.
But it doesn't mean the players get any easier.
Yeah, and the time frame you have to get it done reduces.
57.
Yeah, group
Dimitri
C
requires 78.
is a toughie. 2 days of play, and only the top 2 go through. And another dart a mile away from double 12.
Game
Not
shot in
this
the
time.
fourth leg.
Saves the match and does a
Dimitri
very good job.
Zukov.
So we are going to go 3 matches without a 4-0.
Fifth leg, it's Victor to throw first. Game on.
Last week, I was really impressed with the amount of players
58.
that we had in the week who had perfect records of making Saturday nights here in Portsmouth. We do have quite a few players here this week who are protecting
45.
100% hit rates of making Saturday. Jim McEwen, 3 from 3. Tommy Morris, 2 from 2. Rene Eidams, 1 from 1. And Jim Long the same. So we do have people of perfect records in making finals night here.
100.
But only 2 of them are in this group.
$85. $83.
Are you a big fan of Swedish furniture?
I am, yeah. Yeah, I am. Can't lie. I like the
133.
minimalistic, and I like that kind of thing, and I like the fact that it's very, very usable.
I remember when I moved back to the UK from
95.
Australia when I turned professional.
Victor, you require
Came back from
126.
IKEA with an awful lot of stuff. It all had the same name. Malm. Must be from Malmo.
58.
Well, all their sofas, coffee tables, and bookshelves and that kind of thing are all named after places in Sweden. Beds, wardrobes, and hall furniture places in Norway.
92.
And all their carpets
Victor,
and
you
rugs and all
require
that are named after
68.
places in Denmark. And all dining tables and chairs are named after places in Finland.
So there you go.
They did create a United Kingdom in the 1800s, didn't they, over there? Before it sort of split again.
28.
Match darts.
Dimitri, you
Come and gone for
require
Victor,
86.
Unless Dimitri can find a real clutch finish here. Victor will be back at tops, and he's found the 54.
Game shot on
And
the fifth
32.
leg.
This
Dimitri
game
Zukov.
continues. This round of play is closer than any other round of play we've had today. And
Sixth leg,
typically
it's
what you
Dimitri
get
to throw
from
first.
Scandinavian
Game
players
on.
is very little emotion. But this young man is showing a little bit more emotion than we're used to from a Swede.
Yeah, very stoic, aren't they? Think of all the
80.
Scandinavian motor racing drivers, whether it be rallying or Formula One. A nightmare to interview,
59.
as many have found out over the years.
$78.
Yeah, Sweden have one of the elite track and field athletes in the world at the minute as well, with Mondo Duplantis, who can pole vault better than anybody ever.
98.
Latvians like handball, don't they?
Who was the male equivalent of that? What was his name?
Mondo is male.
No, from years ago.
85.
Oh, Sergei Bubka.
Yeah, Bubka, that was him. He was incredible. He won it for years, didn't
Yeah,
he?
he was extraordinary. Borderline unbeatable.
100.
And at the minute, you're seeing Duplantis going over that bar, making 6 meters look like it's a curb.
79.
Our good friend Richard Ashdown's heavily into his track and field. He was in Budapest for the World Athletics Championship.
60.
It's going to be
That's
interesting.
where that girl won the heptathlon again, wasn't it?
Oh, KJT.
Yeah.
Katarina Johnson-Thompson, what an
99.
athlete.
And that's after coming back from career-threatening injury.
Yeah, it was a great championship. And 2024 is going to be quite the year.
100.
Here at the MODUS Super
Dimitri,
Series. You're going to have to
require
stay in touch
80.
with us about some things that might be going on here. That's my little drip-fed tease right there. But what's going on in this game?
60.
If Victor doesn't take this 84, he might be in the same position as Rene Eidams in the previous game. Tread carefully, Victor.
Victor,
Get
you
it done
require
now, or you might not get another
84.
chance. Double 12.
Game,
Very
shots,
well done.
and the match.
Because he
Victor
saw what happened
Tingstrom.
to Eidams in the previous match. He let his 3-0 lead slip and ultimately let his opponent in. Oh, he's been talking to Dennis Nielsen looking at the lens like that, hasn't he? The Swede does get the win in game number 9, and after 3 rounds of play, Jim Long is at the top of the table on 6, but he's got Zukov's and Tingstrom just behind him on 4 points. But in this game, it's Victor who wins it by 4 legs to 2.
Hi there, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We'll have a look at the results so far today, and it's been a great day for Jim Long. The Canadian has won all of his matches so far. Dimitri Zukov, though, in the previous match, lost for the first time, so it certainly is advantage Long now in this group. And before that, Oscar Lukasiak getting the victory against Rene Eidams. At that point, a meeting between two players without a victory. So all that means in the league table is that Long has now taken the advantage by 2 points at the top, and Rene Eidams is yet to get off the mark and trails Lukasiak and Connor Hopkins by 2 points at the bottom, with Victor Tingstrom and Dimitri Zukov both on 4 points trying to chase down Jim Long at the summit. The next match, though, features Connor Hopkins and Germany's Rene Eidams, and I think I'm going to hand you back to our two teachers today who are exciting us with all sorts of unknown knowledge about the country of Sweden, and I'm just not going to get involved, guys. Back to you.
Well, you've been teaching us all sorts of stuff over the years, Murph. Maybe sometimes we can use a little bit of our personal knowledge just to enlighten our fans and our fellow colleagues here at the MODUS Super Series. But let's take a bit of a break from Sweden and talk about
Germany
Germany.
against, well, Wales. I don't think there's too much
First leg, it's Connor to throw
dislike
first.
between the
Game on.
two nations.
Well, it's not France and Ireland. The mere mention of Thierry Henry in Ireland and people look at you funny.
85.
Yeah, I was mentioning in the previous match that 2024 is a very big year. Big for football, big for the Olympics, big for the Super Series as well,
100.
because we're approaching that time of year where people may be losing tour privileges and we might have some new faces for the start of 2024.
58.
Oh, that's certainly going to happen, isn't it? And we're going to have some additions, aren't we, to the Super Series next year?
180.
Did you just tease everybody with that statement? And Rene is teasing us with that maximum. But starting a game well is not foreign to him.
95.
No.
However, finishing a game off is something that will be lingering in his head right now. Because after losing 4-3 to Lukasiak after being 3-0 up, he
140.
has been given minimal time to soak that up to try and recover against Connor.
93.
This really is a good start
Rene
from Rene.
require 81.
Double 16.
Game shot on the
12
first
darter.
leg.
And
Rene
a break of
Eidams.
throw. You can't start much better than that.
Just checking my notes. I think that's best leg of the day.
Second leg, it's
Has
Rene
to
to
be.
throw first. Game on.
A couple of 13s.
I've got a joke for you, by the way.
Oh,
I've been saving this.
100.
you didn't save me any brownies, but you
I'll make you some more.
save me a joke.
If Eidams was a smartphone, what would he be called?
95.
Go on.
Irene.
Very good, Nico.
58.
Did you just make that up?
I did.
Wow. Tumbleweed's just gone past the
46.
comms box.
Wouldn't be the first one. We know that Eidams has got a really good engine. Because
Well,
he's played in many German
78.
Super Leagues
Yeah,
before,
which
which
you-
is one of the biggest, longest, most grueling formats out there in world darts.
Yeah, you went over there last year or this year?
Yeah, last year I was
Yeah.
writing an article about the whole
140.
system of it, which was ultimately won by Florian Hempel. And
It's brutal, isn't it?
read a lot about it, seeing the amount of games that are going on back to back to back to back to back.
98.
It makes your head spin. And it proved what Daniel Closer said here last October when he was winning a week. He said, compared to the German Super League,
140.
this is
Rene
easy.
required
That is saying
167.
something. 60 needed. He's already
Yeah.
got the biggest finish of the day.
The only thing
131.
I've played harder than this
Connor, you
is
require
the British
80.
pentathlon. That was absolutely brutal.
Double 10 for Connor.
70. Rene
Wide
required
either side.
36.
Getting there,
4.
but not in.
Connor, you required 10.
Seems like a long time ago since that first game, which he won.
8.
Just starting to miss
Rene
too many
requires
doubles.
32.
Yeah, there's a lot of
Game
speed
shot
in
on the
those
second leg. Rene Eidams.
adjustments around the board. He's got to be a little bit,
Third leg, it's Connor to throw first. Game on.
just take a little bit more time, I think. Not really like slow everything down.
50.
And what hasn't helped him, actually, is that he hasn't had a great deal of darts at double since missing 10 in his first game. He only got 2 against Victor.
95.
And he only got 1 against Jim Long. But he did hit it. So get more opportunities. That will be his aim in his
128.
final 2 games against Eidams and Dimitri.
Yeah, well, in that interview a little earlier, he was very honest.
100.
Didn't have outrageous expectations. Just wanted to use it as a learning experience. And at 18 years...
90.
Is he 18?
Yeah,
18 years of age. What an opportunity. As I keep saying, he's going to play more TV darts this week than I did in 5 years.
140.
Eidams has left himself a bogey number.
63.
But that's really good counting from the 18-year-old. You don't often see these days bad counters at a young age. That's because of the amount of
96. Connor, you
muses they
require
have on
170.
TV from here and beyond.
Well, the Connor is a product of the JDC system where they are taught taught and guided
85.
in every
Rene, you
every
require
aspect from
70.
their attitude down to their
45.
counting.
Connor, you require 85.
19s or 15s then. He doesn't get a shot at the bullseye.
What they can't teach you is experience. And chasing the treble when 2-0 down
53.
with your opponent on a 2-dart
Rene, you
finish
require 25.
is risky business, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Was
9.
Rene just trying to be too precise there because the rhythm was different?
Connor, you require 32.
Oh, Gloria Estefan was right. The rhythm's going to get you. 88.
16.
No doubt that was close.
Rene, you require
Meaning
16.
Eidams comes back. He's had a darted double in every leg in his last 2 matches apart from leg 7 against Lukasiak. He's getting plenty of opportunities.
8.
And they're being
Connor,
squandered.
you require 16.
Yeah, they're not being converted into points on the table at the moment.
Game shot on the third leg.
That'll
Connor
be a sigh of
Hopkins.
relief for Connor. He's in the match now in full knowledge that he should
Fourth
be
leg, it's
3-0
Rene
down.
to throw first.
And that's more
Game on.
mental fortitude that is going to be tested for Rene, because that's a leg he should not have lost.
60.
You know, we had some European qualifiers for
66.
ADC guys over the weekend for future spots here
Yeah,
at the
this
MODUS
is a new
Super Series.
thing, isn't it?
Indeed. So there are some names
134.
that you may or may not have heard of that will be visiting us sometime in the future. So you've got Ola Holtkamp from Germany. You've got
99.
your own Karen from Belgium. Chris Landman you've heard of.
Certainly have.
We've got another Van Dijk coming in Bram Van Dijk. Well, I like
59.
the name Bram. He's definitely got to be called Dracula, right?
Yep. Not a stoker, maybe a stroker.
92.
And I love this name, by the way. Tom van den Hoogen.
Oof.
We'll just call him Tom.
Well, I was aware of that, but I wasn't prepared to take on the names, so thank you for that, Nico.
131.
He's got a good name, but it's still not as good as Peter van den Hoogenband, the Dutch swimmer. One of the greatest names in sports history.
Bogart's
94.
my favourite.
Rene, you require
Pat was here last week.
117.
Great shot for tops. And it's
97.
another double missed.
Connor, you require 150.
Just in this one, he's missed 10 at a double, Nico.
That's how many shots at double Connor missed in the entire
51.
match. when
Rene,
he
you
plays
require
Oscar
20.
Lukasiak in game 3. And if Rene keeps missing,
Game shot on the fourth leg.
he's going to feel like he's getting
Eidams.
punched in the jaw, but it is a 3-1 lead eventually. And he's had 6 more darts than Connor at a double in this match.
Fifth leg,
Can
it's
he
Connor
get
to
through
throw
this one
first.
from
Game
3-1
on.
up?
Well, couldn't get through the last one from being 3-0 up.
There's a little bit of that encouragement from
180.
Connor. I think that's what we're going to get this week. Smatterings of promise.
Well, his 180
60.
tally is looking very, very good so far.
They look very light, those darts.
41.
Very unforgiving.
Yeah, particularly Bunting-esque. But even Stephen Bunting's putting grammage on his darts at the minute. I believe he's put an extra 6 grams on his
140.
darts.
What's he up to now? About 18. then?
18.
18. Wow.
Be getting a
is
sore
playing-
shoulder.
He is playing brilliant lately. Absolutely outstanding, especially on the
40.
last series of Pro Tours.
I'll give you plenty to talk about when you do the European Championship at the end of the month.
Right.
100.
One of my personal favourite events of the year.
Yeah, the night before the European Championship, Newcastle United are playing
95.
Borussia Dortmund in Newcastle.
Oh, that's a shame because it'd have been over there, we'd have gone.
That would have been somewhat serendipitous for a lot of the PDC staff who are from the
105.
Northeast.
Connor, you require 145. $47.
Not quite enough for
Rene,
me.
you require
As
96.
Eidams looks at a match shot. If you just
56.
watch Rene's darts
Connor,
for the
you
rest of the
require
day,
98.
if he misses, it tends to be low.
Yeah, it's a bit tight. Double 19, yeah. Would have left top.
58. Rene, you require 40.
Tops for Rene to move on. Ooh.
20.
It's happening again.
Connor, you require 40.
Deja vu for Eidams. Double 5 isn't
30.
found, and he's let off the hook.
Rene, you require 20.
Double 10. He's not going to go for double 5. But he is
Game,
going to find
shot,
double 4.
and the match.
First
Rene
2 points of the day
Eidams.
for the Cube. It's been a really tumultuous day for him. His first 4 games have been so up and down, but that's a bit of up for him as he averages 83.23. And look at how many darts at double he missed. He's getting so many opportunities, and he probably should have more than 2 points at this stage, but he'll have to settle for that anyway. Dimitri Zukov of Latvia will take on Jim Long in the next game. Can Dimitri stop Jim? That's the big question.
Well, can Dimitri Zukov be the first man to defeat Jim Long here at the Super Series on Monday? This next game is a tussle between the top two in the table, and that man is leading the field. He's won all 3 of his fixtures so far, and I suppose the question is, how long will it last? Let's find out. Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason are on hand to talk you through it.
Thank you, Chris. Well, this morning, before the off, Jim was 2-7. Dimitri was 5-2. That's not change, which has certainly surprised me, Nico. I'd have thought he'd have become a much bigger or shorter prize favourite than 2-7 after what we've seen. He's dropped one leg all day, and last time out had our first 100-plus average of the week.
Yeah, Jim's never going to be a long shot in this group, that's for sure. No pun intended. But I think, based on what we've seen, he is head and shoulders, no pun intended, above everybody else.
Well, he's not head and shoulders above Dimitri, that's for sure. Not many people are.
100.
It was a particularly historic day in darts as an anniversary yesterday, because it was 12 years since Brendan Dolan's 9-darter at the Grand Prix.
Yeah, made the final that year, didn't he? Losing to, well, no surprise, Phil Taylor.
Yeah, the man we used to call Liz.
Amongst other things.
121.
Champ. Sir.
Goat.
Still a lot of people's favourite player. And
140.
It's amazing when you ask someone their favourite player, because it doesn't have to be the best of all time. Everyone's got different favourites. And if you were to ask Jim Long, he'd probably say John Part.
100.
Because of the influence he had on
Dimitri
Canadian darts.
reply 121.
Might even be Bob Eve. If you haven't heard of Bob Eve, have a word with yourself. Canadian legend.
Yeah, I don't...
81.
Went 45 for double 8 because Jim's back on 180. I like that play.
He's won every first leg he's
100.
played today. Is that
Dimitri
about to
reply
change?
40.
Double 5. Everybody's going around the houses.
30. Jim, you
Not
require
particularly
80.
looking forward to calculating the double stats later, Nico.
Yeah, I get the feeling they're going to be somewhere around about 30% or less. Not in the case of Jim, though. His doubles have been very good.
40.
Misses this time.
Dimitri require 10.
Well, he has split this before. Well, he split the 18, didn't he?
He's got double 2 now.
8.
But that dart, even though it
Jimmy
wasn't in the way, it was a
40.
distraction. Hasten to say, you can't give Jim Long
Game
that
shot
kind
on
of
the first
opportunity.
lay. Jim Long.
And he has been in a similar situation before where
Second
a
leg,
player
it's Jim
has
to
missed
throw first.
multiple
Game
darts at
on.
a double, and he just comes down, steps in and says, thank you very much. 1-0.
You want to do a little bit of on
100.
this starting day?
Yes, absolutely, pal.
How about we do a Canadian and Swedish themed on this starting day then? Because
I'm loving that.
back in 2016,
30.
there was a tournament called the Klondike Open, won by David Cameron, beating Jeff Smith in the final. 2 of the best Canadian players still
60.
playing on the tour right now. And on this starting day, we had somebody called Core Decker, who we saw here a few weeks ago,
140.
losing in the final of the PDC Nordic and Baltic Tour event in Gothenburg, Sweden, to the legend that is Magnus Carus.
He might be the only one that's head and shoulders above Dimitri.
Although Magnus is pretty tall, wasn't he?
95.
Yeah, Magnus was...
He had a lot of. He was very tall and he had a lot of hair,
Mm.
so he would go up another couple of inches. Do you know what Magnus's affectionate nickname was on tour?
134.
Go on.
Beavis,
Ah, that's right, yeah.
because he had the same hair as Beavis from Beavis and Butthead.
Yep.
I don't know whether he knew that, by the way. Does now.
140.
Well, if you want to have a little bit of a doppelganger for Jim Long, it would be Stone Cold Steve Austin. No hair, the goatee beard. All he's missing is the leather vest. But he is stunning everybody today.
139. Jim, you require 106.
Strikes me as a very traditional type of player looking for nothing too fancy. However, he decides to stay on that mark. With
82.
that guide. I'm surprised by that.
Dimitri require 58.
How's your doubling, Dimitri? None from 5 so far, mate. That none from 6.
Game shot the second
Lucky
leg.
number 7.
Dimitri Zukov.
1 apiece.
You know how when people with the same name play each other and we just put off at the end? So if
Third leg,
Jim
it's
Long
Dimitri
was
to throw
playing Jim
first.
Williams, it'd be a
Game
Jim
on.
off. If Dimitri Zukov play with Dimitri Vandenberg, it'd be almost like a Dimitrov, like the tennis player.
83.
If you are watching this morning or this afternoon
100.
from Canada, please get in touch. We'd love to hear from you. And where in Canada are you watching from?
Yeah, at MSS Darts, all one word. Nico does have the app open in front of him.
45.
Twitter or X, whichever you prefer to call it. We are on all the other social medias, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok.
100.
Are you a TikToker yet?
I'm not a talk
Have
ticker.
you're still abstaining?
Yeah. I'm still on Friends Reunited.
96.
Yeah, we've got lots of new content being uploaded daily. Don't forget, if you're watching via our YouTube channel, if you're outside
28.
of the UK, please subscribe, give us a thumbs up, and hit that notification bell so when we do add content and go live, you'll get given an alert.
97.
And welcome, of course, to all of our viewers watching via their chosen betting app. No, literally thousands upon thousands of you watch via those. As always, only
43.
gamble what you can afford to lose.
You had a look at the back of the shirt for Jim Long with the top hat and what looks like
Well, it's
a
very
pocket watch.
The gentleman.
82.
Gentleman Jim.
He hasn't got a walking stick that he's twirling. Not yet, anyway. He's like Sulevic, isn't he? He's called the Gentle. Oh, and we said he couldn't hit 180s.
180.
He's got one,
Dimitri
the first of the
requiring
game.
98.
And it leaves himself handily placed if Dimitri fails on 98. It's not over yet. He's taking his time a little bit more in this game. Maybe seeing just how important it is in this campaign to try
15.
and peg back Jim.
Jim, you require 50.
Double top. An immaculate single.
Game
An
shot on the
immaculate
third
tops.
leg. Jim Long.
He's just an efficient, very good dartist.
Fourth leg, it's Jim to throw first.
Have you seen
Game on.
Gentleman Jim, the film?
I haven't. Who's in it?
Errol Flynn is the main star. He plays the role of
83.
James Corbett, the heavyweight boxer who's called Gentleman Jim.
A little bit before my time. I was more of a Rosie and Jim kind of guy.
78.
Remember Rosie and Jim?
I sort of, yes.
Yeah, that theme song was stuck in my head for years.
140.
You travelled a bit in Canada, didn't you, in your career?
Yes.
You went to Saskatoon?
Yep. Toronto.
140.
Ontario. Montreal. Montreal was quite interesting because the majority of people there speak French.
Yes, they do. Home of the
125.
Canadiens, their famous hockey team. Sometimes it's very hard to walk up to a Canadian person and ask them which hockey team they follow.
121.
For instance,
Jimmy
I actually
Mackay,
spent a bit of time with
153.
Canadian wrestler Bobby Roode, who still works for WWE. He lives in Peterborough, Ontario, and he supports the Red Wings of Detroit, which I thought was a
53.
bit puzzling.
Yeah, it's a bit random.
Look at me sing the Red Wings of Detroit. Oh, Dimitri will be cursing himself that he didn't leave a
Yeah.
finish
Jimmy
there.
requires
Especially when you go
100.
treble 20, treble 20. Although Jim still has a bit to do here. Tops. There's one of them.
60. Dimitri
I just
required
wonder
32.
if he's going to get tops, does he have to get them side by side as opposed to
Yes.
top and tail?
Game shot on the
Great
fourth
shot from
leg.
Dimitri. This is a
Dimitri
close game.
Zukovs.
And now this is a bit closer than what Jim's used to today.
Yeah, and it's the only player so far today to take
Fifth
more
leg, it's
than
Dimitri
one
to throw
leg
first. Game
off
on.
of Jim Long.
If you'd have looked at the schedule at around 10:30 this morning and looked at Jim Long versus Oscar Lukasiak in game 15,
100.
you would have said, well, that's a one-sided affair. Now you look at that 15th game of the day with fresh eyes and you think, Jim's not going to have it all his own way now that Oscar's put in a
140.
performance. But before we get there, Jim's got to maintain this 100% record.
97.
Everybody's got at least one win so far today, which is always nice to see.
Yeah, it's encouraging because
60.
last week we felt a bit sorry for Willem Mandigas, who lost 24 games from 25. He went on a losing streak that we've never seen before. 22 consecutive games lost.
180.
I'm sure that record will not be topped this week. But what we might see here
81.
is Dimitri
required
breaking the undefeated streak
124.
Yeah,
of Jim Long.
Opportunity here. He's got at least 2 visits. He can stay there. The 54 leaves 32.
56.
Jim Long way back on 220.
$100. Dimitri requires 68.
And Dimitri's got the impetus in this one and the darts, potentially in the last leg if he needs it. Double 4
Game shot on the
and a
fifth
3-2
leg.
lead.
Dimitri Zukovs. Sixth leg, it's
I
Jim
know
to throw
plenty of people
first.
who
Game on.
don't like dartboards on dart shirts. Do you subscribe to that, Mace? Where you don't like to see the obvious use of equipment on a dart shirt? It should be a bit more
100.
ornate, a bit like Jim's shirt there.
Love the back of his shirt. Some serious artwork gone into that.
Yeah, Canadian dart shirts over the years have been really good. Think about some of those beauties that John Park used to have,
77.
those shiny numbers with big maple leaves on the back. Just to remind us where he's from.
They were the worst possible things to wear back in the day because the old lights, pre-LED, the heat that they'd radiate. Well, there's another max.
180.
And then, of course, you're playing in somewhere like the Tavern with a low ceiling with no air and 90% of the crowd smoking. And you're in this
92.
polyester, non-breathable, thick shirt. It was just horrific.
I think I'll stick to what we've got now.
Oh, yeah.
100.
One of the reasons you can see this in HD is because there is no smoke.
31. Jimmy required 121.
Well, this is to take the match to leg 7, and we've only had one game today that's gone the distance. That is very rare.
53.
It's a very odd game because Jim Long is playing a good 5 points above what we expect from him, and he's losing.
85.
This is a good performance
Jim,
from Dimitri
requires
so
68.
And if it goes to the decider, which is looking highly likely, Dimitri will have advantage of throw. And
Game
we do
shot on
go
the 6th leg.
to a
Jim
deciding
Long.
leg as Jim holds him 15. Well, we mentioned almost, well, mystically.
7th and final leg. It's Dimitri to
We
throw
can see
first.
an 88 be a
Game on.
95. And that's pretty much what's potentially could happen here.
It's all about this leg, though. It's about whether Jim can break.
140.
And it would be a very big break because it would mean 8 points from 8.
60.
Last week on Monday, you saw 8 points from Luke Littler. The only person he lost to was Andy Bolton.
135.
Quite miraculously, do you know how many people from Group C in this series have won the week?
Nope.
2. 2 from 27 weeks.
Wowzers.
140.
Rob Grundy and Białecki. Remarkable. The majority of our winners in a weekly sense come from Group A or Group B.
59.
Just more motivation to be in the top 3 at the end of this campaign on Wednesday.
Absolutely.
140.
They are
Dimitri
pretty
require
much tied
167.
after 9 darts. Both playing well here in leg 7. What will happen next?
82. Jimmy
Great last
require
dart.
161.
You might just need those 2 extra 19s to get to the finishing line. If he didn't hit that treble, he was in 3 dart range.
83.
But now he's in 2 dart
Dimitri
range.
require 85.
He should at least guarantee the bull. It is the bull.
60.
But he misses a match dart, and that could be fatal.
Jimmy requires
Jim Long,
78.
50% on doubles, and if he gets the treble 18, watch out.
Tops to win it.
Game,
Tops he
shots,
gets, and
and
Jim
the match.
Long
Jim
refuses
Long.
to not win a match today. Wins this one 4-3. The most legs he's dropped, but he did have to come through a match darts by Dimitri, who ends with an average of 89.19, his highest average of the day, and 94.94. Rock solid from Jim Long. Couple of 180s in there. Finishing was outstanding, and that was the difference between the two. 4 from 7 for Jim Long, 3 from 12 for Dimitri. When we come back, Oscar faces off against Victor.
So an old Swedish Super Series showdown now as Oskar Lukasiak meets Victor Tingstrom. Darts is the name of the game. Defeat for Oskar may leave him sending out an SOS, having only picked up 2 points so far. 2 more at stake here, and the winner takes it all. I told you I wouldn't get involved, didn't I? As the pair continue their bids to make it to Saturday and join the 2 Swedish stars, remember, already through to Champions Week, and therefore in the money. As for Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason, well, they're just part of the furniture.
I think it might just have outdone us there, Murph.
Yeah, save our souls.
First leg, it's Oskar to throw first. Game on.
Oh, isn't that nice? Great to see. So the 2 Swedes will go at it now, starting with a hug. But at one point at the end of this game, they've got to walk away from each other, and only one person's going to get 2 points.
60.
I'd like to see a battle between 2 countrymen at this stage of a day to see who kicks on and who doesn't. Because at this
59.
stage, you've got Tingstrom on 4 points, who's really starting to show his mojo. And Lukasiak, who has had a slow start, but is definitely getting there now.
99.
We've had a communication from a couple of people on social media about the Belkin boy. Apparently, Belkin is something to do with the
58.
darts team that he plays for.
Well, I'm just wondering if, because obviously we've heard of the electronics company, I just wonder if its origin was in that area.
44.
Nokia was Scandinavian, so it would make sense.
$60.
Well, this is definitely your kind of game if you like yellow flights. In fact, if one person forgets to bring some, they could probably just get some off their countrymen, that's for sure. It's been going on for years, hasn't it? Representing your country through the colour of your flights. Just think back to what Eric Bristow used to use with the Union Jack and the crafty Cockney. Maybe the most famous flight of all time. In fact, it is. What am I thinking about? It is the most famous flight of all time.
140.
I think probably one of the most, well, the ones when you talk about older dart fans, they always go, oh, remember those spring-loaded darts Keith Denner used to use?
Because
they got
67.
outlawed in the end, didn't they? A bit like the magnetic darts, which people didn't understand the, well, what happens if you hit a 5 and they're that magnetic that
45.
Obviously, you need
Victor, you require
huge
86.
magnetic forces for a dart to be drawn towards another. They were very much a gimmick.
55.
That bullseye
Oskar,
is
you
not a
require
gimme.
22.
Because if magnetic darts was effective and you hit a 1, they'd all go in the 1, wouldn't they?
Still double 11.
No score.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Victor, you require 31.
Wasn't particularly bad thrown darts.
Double 14 for the next door neighbour.
Game shot on the first
And that's
leg.
for the first leg.
Victor Tingstrom.
Victor says, gimme, gimme, gimme. Touché, Murph. Touché.
Second leg, it's Victor to throw first. Game on.
Break of throw. And what I'm liking about Oskar after picking up that win against Rene,
He's
just throwing a bit quicker, which is normally an indication of confidence, Nico.
Yeah, some of the people that I grew up with always used to tell me, and these were seasoned dart players, that if you start a bit more deliberately, as a campaign goes on, your rhythm becomes slightly quicker, the more comfortable you are. I thoroughly agree with that statement. And it is very appropriate for Victor. And with that spelling of Victor with the K, it's a very famous name in sport at the minute with Norwegian Victor Hovland, who was a Ryder Cup hero just over a week ago.
Used to be a good fighter called Victor Postal. Not sure if he
140.
Possibly.
Victor will be hoping that he doesn't go ting this week by hitting bounce outs.
100. Victor, you require
He might
41.
be looking to kick up a Sturm instead of a Storm. Double 16.
Game
He's
shot on the
not
second
messing around
leg.
all of a sudden.
Victor Tingstrom.
This is the promise that we were told about.
Third leg, it's
97
Oscar to
average
throw
for the first
first.
couple of legs.
Game on.
Replicate that, and we haven't got any evidence so far today that Oscar can live with that.
100.
Who do you think the most famous Swedish person is in history?
99.
Is it Zlatan Ibrahimovic?
I should imagine if you did one of those analytic searches, quite possibly.
I wish I had his confidence.
97.
Who scores an overhead kick from about 40 yards out? I mean, you got to be somewhat godlike to do that. He did it against England.
95.
He must be revered in Sweden for what he's done in soccer terms. But they've had some incredible sports people over the years, like Henrik Stenson, the former Open champion. Jesper Parnevik, former Ryder Cup player. Many a rally
96.
driver.
Many a poker player.
Yeah, they're rather good at ice hockey too.
119.
And they're not bad at darts either.
Well, Alfred Nobel, of course, who the Nobel Peace Prize, you mentioned already.
94.
Ingrid Bergman, of course, actress.
140. Oscar, you require 114.
Bjorn Borg.
Say no more. Fabulous underwear. Oh, what a dart that is for double 17.
Game shot on the third
Such
leg.
a brilliant
Oscar
route. He maybe got an
Lukasiak.
assist from dart 1, but that really was very clever from Oscar.
Yeah, he's playing with a
Fourth
lot more
leg, it's Victor
confidence
to throw
at
first.
the moment. Is
Game
Oscar.
on.
He's starting to settle in.
Yeah, Borg had a really big rivalry in the 1980s with John McEnroe,
59.
especially at Wimbledon.
And Jimmy Connors.
Yeah, tennis was rather special around
Wooden
1980.
rackets.
More finesse back then as opposed to the power these days.
Yeah.
100.
How about Avicii? Is he a DJ, isn't he?
That's right. And they had another tennis player called Mats Wilander. Remember him?
Yes. Similar era.
100.
Stefan Edberg. Stefan Edberg had a lot to do with Roger Federer's success. He coached
didn't
him
he?
for a while.
That's right, yeah, he was just
Well, that
coach.
tends to happen. You've seen Ivanisevic with Djokovic. You saw
60.
Boris Becker was with Djokovic as well at some point. And Ivan Lendl was with Andy Murray.
36.
Sometimes you need a little bit of tutelage from the previous generation. And in a funny sort of way, between these two, it's not so much a generation, but there are a few years. And Tingstrom might be just getting
55.
some encouragement away from action from Oscar. Looking to him as someone that he wants to surpass at this point.
58.
You spend a lot of time with Eric Bristow, and I'm sure you got a lot of tips, tricks, and knowledge from him. I spent a great deal of time when I was younger with Gary Robson.
100.
I think it's important to have those mentors when you're trying to make your way in a sport.
Yeah, but the issue is you can
81.
take a horse to water, but you can't make him drink it. And sadly, a lot of the advice I was given, I didn't listen to. And by the time I was sort of mature enough or rounded enough,
100. Victor, you
It was all a
require
little bit too late.
167.
Yeah, but you are a weekly champion here.
Yeah, 1 from 1.
Your hit rate in making Saturdays is 100% as
99.
well. 2 from
Oscar, you
2.
require 86.
How's that pillow I'm fluffing?
Comfy.
Well, that makes things harder. And Tingstrom will be
58.
hoping to be hanging from the
Victor, you
lampshades here
require 68.
after a 68 checkout. Double top.
48.
Not quite.
Oscar, you
Just a
require
hint.
28.
Have a slightly late release on that shot.
Game shot
There
on the
we
fourth
are. We
lay.
are 2-2.
Oscar Lukasiak.
After a brilliant start from Victor, Lukasiak's becoming the comeback king.
Yeah,
Fifth
did
leg,
it
it's
last
Oscar
time
to
out.
throw first.
One Swede
Game
golfer,
on.
female golfer.
Oh, Annika Sorenstam.
Fabulous.
The GOAT of women's golf, of which there is no doubt.
60.
Transcendent. And if you're looking for a sports star in your sport to be the greatest of all time, they must have had the ability to transcend
96.
their discipline, and Annika did that.
Well, yeah, she was the first real big name in women's golf, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was invited to play in men's tournaments, and funnily enough, there's recently been an invite for another lady golfer to a men's tournament in Lexi Thompson, which made big news.
Like Maureen Flowers in darts. She was the first female superstar of the game, really.
Absolutely.
58.
If you think it's just all about Fallon and Lisa and Makuru and others at the minute, there were people laying the groundwork decades ago. And one of those is the great Trina Gulliver,
100.
who, funnily enough, on this day in 1999, won the World Cup Women's Singles.
43.
She beat Fran
Oscar, you require
Henselaar from the Netherlands 4-3.
161.
And that was before a Women's World Championship had even taken place.
Yep. Ooh, good effort.
97.
Is Victor letting this game go?
Not without a fight.
140. Oscar, you require 64.
That's not the end of the world. 16 here will be fine for tops.
24.
Oh, absolute flyer.
That one's in the Arctic Circle.
Yeah, and we need to discuss about timing. The timing
Victor,
of
you
that
require
dart was all wrong at the
164.
point of release.
He can't believe he didn't get the second 57 there.
96. Oscar, you require 40.
Well, Oscar's had a sighter at double top. It's currently within the Northern Lights, that sighter. But
Game
that
shot
one's
on the
in for a
fifth
3-2
leg.
lead.
Oscar Lukasiak.
And all of the benefit that Victor had given himself in the early showings in this game have evaporated.
Sixth leg, it's Victor to throw first. Game on.
After the start that he had, if Oscar gets 4 points going into
59.
tomorrow, I think he's going to be quite pleased. But he's still got the chance of getting 6.
Well, if anybody had not seen him in the World Cup, the way we were building him up a
99.
little earlier, Nico, they'd have probably thought we were a little bit mad after his opening couple of matches, but we're starting to see why we think
140.
he could be one of the outsiders this week to make Saturday night. He was priced up. He was 12 to 1 to win this Group A. I
94.
think he was 28 to 1 to win the week. Too big.
I know he's not going to get to Jim Long's points tally, but he could
92.
be responsible for holding Jim back from 10 and keeping himself within 2.
Yes.
And you know for a fact he's going to be more comfortable in the first round tomorrow, considering what he's done today. But he's still got a job to do here. Game 12 is not over yet.
I think Jim's game will be just a little bit too rounded for Oscar today.
95.
I think Oscar's a little bit too erratic. And the consistency of Jim in our final match of the session may be a little bit too much.
59.
It
Victor,
looks
you
likely
require
Victor's going to
115.
force him into trying to serve it out.
Tennis pun intended.
Absolutely.
44.
He's not happy with that at all. From that 1-1-5 position, he was thinking leave single to double combination minimum. He still needs a treble to get 2 darts at a double.
100. Victor, you require 71.
If he misses this, he's susceptible.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Sorry, I was saying.
Victor Tingstrom.
Not susceptible. Looking strong.
7th and final leg. It's Oscar to throw first.
Do like
Game on.
an anagram, as you know. A very simple one for Victor. Storm Ting. Something you get in Jamaica.
$85.
I honestly didn't know where you were going with that.
Kirk Bevins would have a field day today.
140.
Our referee today is Charlie Kostafine, one of the best in the business. He's seen a few different countries in his time. He's done
100.
various Europe Cups, World Championships, Players' Championships, you name it. A lot of experience for such a young man. He's probably seen
60.
a lot of these guys already. And
Yes.
even seen Lukasiak come through the ranks.
Yeah, especially in the WDF European tournaments, the team championship events.
100.
Oscar just keeping his nose in front, holding on to the advantage of throw. 85, the lead, minus these.
$100.
Got to leave yourself 116 here or better.
Double 18 be perfect.
It's a good start. 116 it has to be. Tingstrom here, I think it's got to be 96 or better.
48.
Nowhere near, really.
Oscar, you require 160.
So if Oscar's going to win matches today, it looks like he's going to have to do it the hard way in 7 legs. He gets the 60. So it's double 18, and Victor can't watch.
80.
Now he can.
Well, he's going to have to take it, isn't he? 60, 57, 36.
Victor, you require 153.
He really, really wants to hit this, doesn't he? He's not going to.
99.
In a weird sort of way.
Oscar, you require
I've just got
36.
the feeling that he really respects Oscar Lukasiak, and that beating him here might have meant an awful lot to him. Does he have to wait until tomorrow to get a crack at that victory?
Game,
Yes,
shot,
he has to wait.
And the match, Oscar
And they've both got
Lukasiak.
4 points after 4 rounds of play. It's still all hugs around on that stage, but Victor did have his chance, didn't he? He just couldn't take it. After taking that 2-0 lead, it was Oscar who showed he had a bit more mettle. When we come back after this short break, it will be Latvia versus Connor Hopkins. And as you can see from that previous match, it was very, very close in a lot of different quarters.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just 3 fixtures left to play today. And we'll take a look at what's happened so far. The next match is Dimitri Zukov's against Connor Hopkins. For Connor, he got off to a fantastic start, that 4-1 victory against Lukasiak in his first game, but has lost all of his matches since then. As for Zukov, a better day until that defeat to Tingstrom, which was followed by the same outcome against Jim Long, who's maintained his perfect day so far, meaning he's top of the pile, 4 from 4, 8 points, and it's up to the rest of them to try and stop him. Zukov's second place at the moment on 4 points with 2 other players and can close the gap to 2 points if he gets victory in this one. But Connor Hopkins will be determined to bookend his day with victories, and seeing if he can do just that, it's Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Yeah, it's an interesting game, this one, because now they play their 5th of the day to see where they will finish after day number 1. I think it's been very encouraging for Dimitri. We've seen some great stuff from him. Maybe not as good on the doubles as he would like.
Well, he's the only person that's come close to beating Jim Long. He had a dart, didn't he?
And that will make him feel good ahead of playing Connor, who hasn't won a game since his debut match, beating Oscar Lukasiak by 4 legs to 1. But fair to say that Connor settled a lot sooner than Oscar did.
First leg, it's Dimitri to throw first. Game on.
On reflection, the fact that he's gone so close, it'd be disappointing to lose, but because Jim's been the dominant force, he would think to himself, oh, the guy that's
100.
the dominant force on day 1 of Group A is a player I could have beaten, and that should give you confidence.
What do you make of Connor's debut day then? Because
55.
it did start well. Since then, it's been a bit up and down, a bit scratchy. What kind of advice would you give him going into day 2?
Yeah, I just think he may have lost his way a little, and
134.
that's easy done. You sort of get yourself a little embroiled on what's happening in regards to table and
59.
position and everything that he said and said so correctly in his interview. He's almost done the opposite,
140.
which is easy. Listen, if you play any kind of individual sport, it's your nature to be competitive, but
96. Dimitri required
he won his opening
127.
game. Won his opening game may have been detrimental to his progress for the day.
Yeah, you might think to yourself,
95.
well,
Hang on
this
a
is a
minute.
bit easier than I
Yes,
thought.
exactly that. And then you have higher expectations, which of course increase pressure, which affects
100.
performance.
Dimitri required 32.
The underdog can always play with a lot more freedom than the favourite, for a reason.
And we have seen that in previous weeks.
Game shot on the first leg.
That's clean
Dimitri Zukov.
from Dimitri, who has fiddled around on doubles at times today. But right there, he's visit perfect.
Second leg, it's
leaving
Connor
a
to
double
throw
after
first.
12 and getting
Game
rid
on.
of it straight away.
Not just in darts, but look at all sports when the unknown underdog or
140.
the wild card pulls off the...
Andy Ruiz.
Exactly, no pressure. Allows you to perform at optimum levels.
80.
Denmark in 1992. They weren't even in the European Championship and won it. Greece won the European Championship and nobody gave them a hope.
134.
Rob Cross, a relatively unknown force.
And ever since then,
95.
odds compilers and pundits have been running scared, with the likes of Josh Rock and some others coming through saying, well, yes, they do have a chance of winning the
41.
World Championship, but it's unlikely, but it's not impossible. I don't think we're going to be saying the same this year. I think one of the big hitters is going to win Ali Pali this year.
180.
Well, you mentioned the 138. And of course, those big shocks date all the way back.
92.
1983.
Dimitri required 146.
There is a famous 146 in World Darts. Simon Whitlock got it in a huge comeback against Jamie Caven. What did he win? Eight consecutive legs at the end of that?
Yeah.
94.
He was
Connor, you
9-2
require
down and won
94.
10-9.
Was that the Players' Championships?
That was the Europeans.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Wasn't there another one at the Players involving
54.
Andy Hamilton?
Dimitri required
Oh, yeah.
52.
Best not remain Simon of that one.
Yeah, because he was on the other end of it.
Double 16 again for Dimitri.
20.
Oh, Connor. has
Connor,
got
you
3 in
required
hand.
40.
Tops for a level game and a break back. I think he's just got to watch that
30.
acceleration from
Dimitri, you required
the
32.
backswing. So
So
if B was the backswing and A is end of throw, it's the speed, not the
Game shot on the
tempo, the
second
rhythm of
leg.
the throw. It's the
Dimitri
actual
Zukovs.
movement from point B to point A. It's too fast, which means you have no control.
Yeah, I agree with you completely, because if you try and take the extreme
Third leg, it's
example of what
Dimitri to
Mace
throw
has just said
first.
and
Game
try
on.
and backlift a dart and throw it quickly on both aspects, you have zero control.
And he's not an aimer, so he needs that control.
What you see from Dimitri
98.
here is a really good example of this. When he draws the dart back, he gives it time. He's not pulling. He's actually letting it fall. So it's
43.
back, 2, through 1. Here you go. 1, 2, and through. If that's too quick, that drawback, the follow through is not going to be rhythmic at all.
77.
You're going to lose that feel.
Yeah,
That's much better. He can't. He's not got an earpiece in, has he? I mean,
140.
look how much more comfortable that looked.
yeah, he doesn't want that drawback, which is quite short, to be jabby.
There we go.
It wants to
That's
be.
the word.
It's not.
100.
It's not engaging the bicep for a matter of a tenth of a second. It's got to come back with comfort and with a relaxed nature, and that way the arm is relaxed enough
96.
to deliver it the right way it should.
And the feel is there because you can feel what you're doing.
That's one of the benefits of this camera angle. It gives us so
92.
much more information about elbow position, about the fundamentals of their throw, which can be worked on. But I look at that elbow position.
45.
I am impressed with it. I think it's
Dimitri
great.
required
But
134.
I'm still worried about that third dart walk. Oh, okay. Double 10.
Game shot on the
Very
third
nice.
leg. Dimitri Zukov.
That's one way to do it. Usually when you get the treble 18 to start, it's because you're going to go tops, but he
Yeah,
knew
of course.
Fourth leg,
exactly
it's
what he
Connor
was
to
doing.
throw
Caught us all
first.
by surprise.
Game on.
That's his biggest finish of the day.
58.
160 is the biggest we've seen from Rene Eidams, who you will see in the next game against Tingstrom. And I think what we're starting to learn about Dimitri
180.
is that he's okay with playing 5 games in a day. Some people tail off by this time, but if anything,
39.
Zukov is getting better.
$81.
Now, Connor doesn't want to see another 0 next to his name. He lost 4-0 to
60.
Tingstrom in game number 5. But it has seemed, after an obliterating start from some of the winners,
60.
that the zeros have started to go missing. We haven't had a 0 since game 6, which is when Dimitri beat Lukasiak.
140.
But they might return in the last round of play. And Dimitri is hoping that they do, because a win here for him will get him to 6 points of the day. And a very good leg difference of
30.
+7.
Incredibly.
58.
I'm just checking on my notes
Dimitri
here.
required 150.
20-1 to win this group. The fact that he could very well end up
58. Connor, you require
Second, and only 2 points
146.
behind Jim Long. It's some effort.
He's going to get a look at 92 to finish the job.
$100. Dimitri required
He's
92.
currently 3 hits from 9, but visit-wise, he's been excellent in this game. Still got 91 left with 2. Still a match-winning chance. Hopkins has not hit a double in this game from 3 attempts. And if that happens again in the next visit,
38.
if he's unsuccessful,
Connor, you require
Dimitri
46.
has got a very makeable 2-darter. Must go.
Game
go.
shot on the 4th leg.
Good composure
Connor
there from the young man.
Hopkins.
I think I figured it out. In my own mind, anyway, who he reminds me of.
5th leg, it's Dimitri to throw
He's
first.
a great actor.
Game on.
British actor called Jim Sturgis. He was in a movie called 21 with Kevin Spacey. He was in a movie called One Day with
100.
one of my favourite actresses, Anne Hathaway. Just reminds me of him.
125.
The action is definitely somebody I've watched before, and I just can't work it out.
Answers on a postcard then.
140.
Yeah, whose throw is it similar to?
It's not Jim Williams, is it?
85.
Not quite. It's getting there with Jim Williams, but I think you're right. It must be somebody else. I remember seeing a young Austrian player in Vienna. I forget his name now, but he so reminded me of you.
Was he any good?
He was pretty good, but he did lose.
Oh, no, that's why it reminded,
190.
you of me.
I'll get his name before the end of tomorrow.
133.
I'll guarantee you that.
I'll YouTube him.
Great first start. He got a 134, so why not a 133? Ah, the old treble 11 trick. Is it crazy?
81.
Has he robbed himself of a darted double? Because if he'd gone 19s, then it would have been single to leave 3 darts for a double. And we're about to find out whether he needed 3 darts or not.
129. Dimitri required 52.
Double 16. And he does get the job done by 4 legs to 1.
Dimitri Zukov.
Just a little bit sharper on that double 16 on this occasion. And he needed to be because of how he went for 73 left with 2 darts in the previous visit. As for the day, Dimitri will leave us with 6 points on the table and a leg difference of +6. That was his performance of the day statistically as well. He should be very proud of his debut day, as should Connor. I'm sure he's learned an awful lot. When we come back, Rene Eidams will be looking to get more points against Victor Tingstrom.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the penultimate game of Monday is about to get underway. It's a meeting between Victor Tingstrom, who sits in third place currently in the table on 4 points, and looking to join him on the same amount at the end of the day, a former weekly winner in Germany's Rene Eidams. So can Tingstrom get himself up to 6 and in joint second place? Or will Rene walk away with 4 points? I'll hand you back to Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thank you very much. Great
First
to have
leg,
everybody with us once again for
Game
this
on.
penultimate match of Monday, as Sweden now take on Germany. 2 of the 5 countries that have been represented here today, on top of Canada,
59.
Latvia and Wales. It's been a very peculiar day for Rene Eidams, though. He did find a win against Connor Hopkins in game 10. But that game with Oscar Lukasiak,
60.
I wouldn't blame him if he loses sleep tonight on that one. 3-0 up. Darts at double in most legs.
140.
Match darts missed aplenty. But if you look at it realistically since then, he has responded well. He needs to do it once more to walk away with 4 points for the day. And if he does, he will walk
100.
away with Victor on 4 points as well.
$94.
And I think Victor would be fairly happy with his haul if he can
180.
move on to 6 points. That has to be regarded as a very good day.
58. Victor, you require 22.
Double 11.
No score.
I think I would have split with Dart 1.
On double 11. Interesting.
With him back on
90.
2-3-1. If I was
Victor,
chasing
you
a big
require
average, then yeah, go
22.
for it. But
That's the pitfall of the odd number.
No score.
And there's another example of
Rene, you
why.
require 141.
I think the only reason people go for double 11 is because of the position of the double.
yeah. But had Rene a
124.
140 plus there,
Victor,
he
you
could have
require
been in a
22.
spot of bother.
Game
As
shot
it
the
is,
first
finds
leg.
the double in the
Victor
end.
Tingstrom.
No damage done.
What do you think the most famous head-to-head
Second leg,
is
it's Rene to throw
in
first.
German to Swedish sport? Because I think it's Becker versus Edberg.
100.
Yeah, I'd agree.
I can't think of a better one.
Maybe for a brief time, maybe football.
100.
Well, they've had some very famous sides in the past, particularly the Germans, who have been
Oh yeah.
tournament specialists until recently.
96.
Motorsport maybe. And there's been some tussles, but a very niche sport, of course.
But I can
100.
really envisage there being some great German players in the future from this generation kicking on. And the same for Sweden, because you think about
60.
their classic mentality of efficiency
Yep.
and doing things the right way. I really do think that Sweden and Germany are
100.
countries that should be good at this sport.
Yeah, I think it's only a matter of time before we start seeing a real change of landscape in
59.
world darts, and certainly maybe in the top 20 in the world, a real mix. Scandinavia at the moment is a real
177.
emerging nation, isn't it, in terms of darts at the moment. Seeing more and more players starting to travel. Poland could follow suit. The
55.
recent
Victor, you require 24.
World Series, wasn't it? Was over there.
Game shot
how
the
good
second
was that
leg.
leg from Victor?
Tingstrom.
13 darts. That's how
did
good
not,
it was.
That did not last long. He may be one of those players, if
Third
he
leg,
gets the
it's
right
Victor to
opponent,
throw first.
he could do what
Game
Merckx
on.
did last week in 5 minutes and 41 seconds. Breaking the fastest game record by 7 seconds.
60.
Now, if these guys were like the cars from their country, Rene Eidams would be quick and sleek. And Victor would be very safe.
140.
Volvo against a Porsche.
$44.
I heard somebody mispronounce Mercedes the other day and made me giggle. Somebody called it Mercedes.
60.
Is she from Essex?
$100.
I think there was a lot of excitement about Victor coming into today.
99.
Are you simply impressed enough with the hype?
I can certainly, in spells, well, here's an example.
180.
When he's doing that, yeah.
180.
But listen, I'm very much like you, Nico. I never judge anyone too severely on day one.
123.
It's
Victory
just from the
required
outside looking in.
117.
And I think we're the same in that we look at the fundamentals and their personality,
97.
the attitude,
Rene
the
requires
approach.
79.
Yeah, I think the attitude over a week as well.
Yeah.
Because it is a defined discipline here of lots of games, not just a daily
39.
campaign.
Victory required
Double
20. Game shot the
3-0.
third leg. Victor Tingstrom.
And if you're keeping your clock going, 3 legs completed here in 5:51.
Fourth leg, it's Rene to throw
Merckx
first.
last week against Klassen had already won 4. So that tells you a bit of a story. But you're right, we judge
57.
people based on multiple experiences. I mean, someone might have met Lord Lucan one Tuesday and then said, oh, he's a really nice chap. Nobody ever saw him again.
97.
So it's not as if you can make a judgment on a Wednesday.
I mean, we
100.
knew what to expect from Jim Long, and well, he's delivered, hasn't he? He wasn't an unknown quantity. Where
100.
Victor, Dimitri, not necessarily Oscar, because we've seen a bit of him under the lights in the World Cup.
85.
We've known plenty about Rene for many years. So,
and there is the possibility as well that he feels pressure on his own shoulders because he knows he's the only person who to have won a week here previously.
he's the most experienced, isn't he, in Group A?
140.
Other people have done it, but not until later in the week. This is where you've got to be ruthless. You've got to try and get rid of Eidams
140. Rene required 190.
Fuss free.
I like this.
106.
Aggressive attempt. Tingstrom
Victory
for
required
4-0 leads Shanghai.
120.
To finish off, a very tidy performance.
Well, those 2 darts were 2 Shanghai.
55. Rene required 13.
Double 6.
Game
Interesting
shot on the
call.
fourth leg.
You
Rene
almost missed the
Eidams.
single to leave double 5. So we are still bagelless
Fifth leg, it's Victor to throw
since game
first.
6.
Game on.
I get the feeling that's going to remain the case for the rest of the day. I don't see Jim Long beating Oscar by 4-0.
125.
As to whether I see Eidams getting back into this game from this position, that's questionable.
Yeah, I can't see it.
58.
He's lost from being 3-0 up. It'd almost be fitting if he could win one from 3-0 down.
That would make him feel better.
140.
But like the sands of time, they're constantly running out.
140.
And he must try and keep pace with Victor, even when he's throwing this well. And believe me when I say this, he's throwing better now than he has all day.
180.
That's a third.
And there is nothing
133.
that Eidams can do
Victory
about Victor's
required
position.
56.
Even by leaving the 170, he might not get a look at it.
16.
Oh, this would be a
Rene,
Herculean
you
effort.
require
to stay in the match.
170.
About a 160. I'm not going to get a 170.
60.
More match starts for
Victor, you
Tingstrom.
require 40. Game,
That
shot,
is a wonderful
and the
ting.
match, Victor Tingstrom.
An absolutely brilliant display there from Victor. That was vicious in its nature, averaging over 96. And what are we seeing today in Group A? We're seeing debutants have their best campaign towards the end. We saw it from Victor, we saw it from Dimitri. What are we going to see from Jim Long? Is it going to be 10 points for the day? To find out, join us after this break.
So the final match of the day here at the Super Series, and it's all about whether or not that man can remain unbeaten. Jim Long has won 4 from 4 so far. Oscar Lukasiak, the man, on a mission to stop that winning streak. But will it continue? And will Canada's Jim Long, the favourite to win this group, live up to that billing with a perfect day on Monday? Guiding you through the action, it's back to Chris Mason and Paul Nicholson.
Jim has had a fabulous day again in Group A. He really does like playing here earlier in the week, doesn't he? Won Group A the last time he was here. Lukasiak on debut
First
has now got a
leg, it's
very
Jim to
tall
throw
task.
first. Game on.
Either that, he's got a very long journey. But this game might not last long if Jim's got anything to do with it, because do you remember that he'd won 12 legs from 13 at the start of the day? The first person to take a leg off him was Connor Hopkins in Game 7. And he starts with a purpose. And one of the benefits of having players come here from all over the world is that it gives us an opportunity to talk about what's happening in their part of the world when they're here. And we've made much about North American darts tournaments in the past and how some of them have got very funny names. How about this classic that's going on this weekend in Colorado? The Hedgehog Hellraiser is happening this weekend. It's not quite the MODUS Super Series, is it? But I want to know who comes up with the names of those tournaments.
57.
They're genius. I love them. We have a right laugh. We look through them, don't we, daily, and they're just just genius.
I think they've taken to the extreme
100.
what we haven't seen
Jim, you require
in other parts of darts.
170.
Yeah, we don't tend to do that, do we, over here?
Bullseye for 170.
145.
Is there anything he's not going to do today? He's found maximums. He's finished well. He's had a 4 from 4 in his game with Connor. He averaged over 100. Was perfect on the doubles.
134. Jim, you require 25.
He may just be too strong for Oscar.
Yeah, I just think he's going to be just a tad too reliable. Ooh, well, right on cue. Thanks, Jim.
21. Oscar, you require 87.
Oscar 87 sounds like a policeman's badge.
Ooh, double 18.
Game shot on the first lay. Oscar Lukasiak.
That was a 14 dart. Break of throw.
Second leg, it's Oscar to throw first.
Well, the last game he played,
Game on.
he won by 4 legs to 3 against Tingstrom. We missed an opportunity with that one because that was the police station match. Oscar Victor.
97.
Of course, that language that authorities use to describe the alphabet.
24.
Oh, there's a ting right there from the wire. And he does probably have more likelihood of doing that than any other player here because of the size of his points.
Yeah.
$100.
What we're going to see if Jim Long does get the victory in this match is Eidams and Hopkins at the foot of the table, 8 points behind. Are we seeing, regardless of what happens in this contest, that maybe the winner's going to come from the top 4?
100.
Lukasiak wins. He goes to 6 points. He'll be within 2 points of Jim, who would stay on 8. There's a risk that this group could be a lot closer than some people thought earlier on.
Well, the way it started off, there was just so many dominant displays. 4-0, 4-2, 4-1, 4-0, 4-0, 4-0, 4-1. We were beginning to think, right, this is going to be, we're going to get group separation quite early.
I thought you were doing the video printer there in super quick speed.
$100.
That game
Oscar,
actually
you
happened once,
require
didn't it?
144.
4 for 4, East 5-5.
Yes.
The greatest result in sports history.
$60. Jim, you require
156 has one route.
156.
We saw it hit last week. We're not going to see it hit right here. And Oscar does have a chance for 2-0 against the group favourite.
60. Oscar, you require 84.
Took out 87 in the previous leg.
62.
Doesn't quite get that one.
Jim, you
Only the
require
thickness
96.
Of the wire away. Now, this would hurt. This would psychologically be a crusher.
Game shot on the second lay. Jim Long.
Not gentlemanly behaviour there. That was rather vicious.
Third leg, it's Jim to throw
That's
first.
what you've got to be like on the dartboard.
Game on.
You can be a gentleman before the first dart is thrown. Throw caution to the wind. You've got to be lethal.
Yeah.
And so far today he has been.
You've got to be an absolute savage.
137.
Got to be like those hockey players on the rink trying to bundle somebody into the boards. If they're a bit fragile, don't stop.
140.
I swear that flight that Jim's using is
44.
almost pink, you know. It's not quite red. Or maybe it's just the lights.
Maybe nick one off Fallon.
Did he play Fallon Sherrick the last time he was here? Was he in the same group as her?
I think he was,
60.
yeah.
I'm sure they got him famously. Fallon's got such a dry sense of humour. And I know that Canada is one of the comedy capitals of the world.
100.
They have a huge comedy festival in Montreal, don't
Yeah.
they? It's called Just for Laughs.
That's it. They have loads of comedy clubs as well over there, don't they?
Well, they've got one of the
131.
funniest people in the history of the world. We've actually got two of them. Mike Myers and Jim Carrey are both Canadian.
$60. Oscar, you require 170.
Well, Jim's left himself 160, which has been found today by Rene Eidams. And the 170's been missed by Jim.
60.
Oscar will not be happy with
Jim,
that
you
one.
require
No trouble means that
160.
he could be on the verge of losing that lead that he created for himself.
Well, he's just starting to leave himself a bit vulnerable. Oh, it's the counter attack from Jim Long.
140. Oscar, you require 110.
Shot still on.
42.
Well, the way that Jim has
Jim,
been
you
hitting his
require
doubles
20.
today, Oscar has got to think that he's not coming back.
Game shot on the third leg.
He'd be right as well.
Jim Long.
Yeah, Jim Long averaging 93 and change, 90.19 for Oscar.
Fourth leg, it's Oscar to throw first.
And this is
Game on.
imperative. He holds throw here.
Yeah, two countries that
100.
have an awful lot of trees in the northern parts of the country, but in Canada, you go a little bit further north, just like Sweden, you've got nothing but tundra.
121.
Have you ever been to northern Canada or northern Sweden in the winter?
No.
I've been to Canada in the winter, and it's frighteningly cold.
100.
I've actually seen a coyote when I was in London, Ontario, Jim's hometown.
Was he wily?
95.
Didn't get close enough. It did take me back a bit. I was walking the dogs at the time, and the dogs wanted to go after it. I said, "You're staying right there." But it's Oscar who's got to go after Jim here.
100.
He's just about holding advantage of throw.
$85.
What do you make of that rhythm of Jim? Because the action, it seems quite staccato in its nature, but he never looks uncomfortable.
It's quite an old school throw, isn't it?
85.
Yeah, the kind of throw you would expect maybe from someone who came through about 20 years ago or so. They can't all be as slicky smooth as Chris Mason, you see.
140. Oscar, you require 116.
And again, it's the two treble visiting pool that's really creating the issues for Oscar. He just
100.
can't keep pace.
Jim, you require 60.
50% on doubles, and he's got two cracks. That's bad news for Oscar.
Ooh,
52.
Next
Oscar, you
door.
require 16.
Double 8 for 2-2.
Game shot on the
That'll do.
fourth leg.
Yeah, it's a hold
Oscar
pull, but it'll
Lukasiak.
feel a bit like a break. Just feels like he's just holding on by his fingernails
Fifth
at the
leg,
moment.
it's Jim to throw first. Game
He's
on.
averaging 91.14 at this point, is Oscar. That's encouraging.
So his pattern of play today has definitively been
55.
slow start, good ending, constant improvement.
Yeah, from the middle games, he's just got better and better.
Whereas Jim has been all about consistency through the day.
Jim's been Jim.
58.
He's been Jimming.
I just thought as well, if there's going to be one group he's going to win this week, it's going to be Group A.
177.
I've got a
That's
Canadian.
good.
I've got a Canadian flag on my washing machine. It's like a fridge magnet. It's just got EH on it. It is a running joke with Canadians. It's so funny.
22.
Again, the big visits from Jim, just putting Oscar under it a bit.
99.
He has had 6 scores of 140 plus, including that 177. And you look at that by comparison, it's just the 1
59.
for Oscar.
Jim, you require 170.
Another one. Second time he scared it.
105.
In the space of a couple of matches, but this position is looking ever stronger for Mr. Long. First break of character there from Oscar.
81.
Little smile as if
Jim,
to
you
say he
require
knows
65.
that leg number 5 is not in his makeup. Double top.
25.
He will return.
Jim's just not given Oscar any type of breathing space in the match. He's just
100.
constantly
Jim, you
kept it
require
under it.
40.
He was shaking his head before this visit, was Jim. Maybe not happy with how clinical
Game
he's
shot on
been.
the 5th leg. Jim Long.
But this is clinical enough. He knows from his experience, all you got to do is beat the person in front of you and
6
do
leg. It's
enough
Oscar
to
to
beat
throw
them
first.
right now. You
Game
don't have to
on.
beat them tomorrow or yesterday or what they've done in their career. He's just got to beat them now.
$100.
Jim has had just 2 averages under 90 today so far, an 88.41 and an 84.68. He's had 100.20 and a 94.94, and he's on course here to average around that number, averaging 93.72. He knows he just needs
100.
one of the next 2, but also has that insurance policy of having the darts if it goes to the decider.
140.
Yet again, another 140 applying pressure.
$100.
3 straight tons. For Oscar Lukasiak.
57.
Well, a very rare visit without a treble for Jim, and that's just given Oscar a bit of a chance here. It's an opening. Well, treble 19's the shot.
139. $95. Oscar, you require 62.
Treble 10. Oh, treble 14 for double 10. And that's
Game
why he's
shot on
left
the
the
6th
double
leg.
10.
Oscar Lukasiak.
And Oscar takes us all the way in this final match of the session.
Final leg. It's Jim to throw
Don't
first.
forget, we're back
Game
tomorrow,
on.
9:30 a.m. for day 2 of this fascinating Group A.
60.
We can either see Jim Long make it 5 from 5 and go on to 10 points, or Oscar join Dimitri and Victor on 6.
125.
Second dart in the 5.
$59.
2 visits without a treble, and it's Oscar now has stolen the throw. Can he use it?
$41.
That's a huge mistake. Right on cue. Jim Long is making him pay. And how?
180.
That is the first max of the match, and what a time to get it for Jim Long. That's what genuine confidence will give you in your own ability.
100.
Despite 2 visits of 60 and 59, no panic, no negativity. Piles in
85.
a max, backs it up with 85, down to a finish. Needs to fill it.
140. Jim, you require 117.
To finish off a very, very good performance.
57. Oscar, you require 95.
Has options, should go ball. He's going to go 57. Double 19.
Game,
And double
shots,
19
and
is
the
found,
match.
and the
Oscar Lukasiak.
unbeaten run of Jim Long comes against Oscar, who started off with, oh, he had a disaster in the early stages. There are the numbers, 93.25 for Jim Long, 91.58 for Oscar. The only 180 in the leg came in the last leg. But look at the 140 tally. But that is countered by the 4 out of 5 on the outer ring. 80% on doubles for Oscar. And it is Jim Long who tops the table despite that defeat. But there is a chasing pack in Dimitri, Victor and Oscar, all on 6 points. Rene Eidams and Connor Hopkins both picking up 1 win for today. And let's have a bit of a roundup with Chris and Paul. They're on the stage.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chris. First of all, let's just have a recap of the results today that have happened so far. And it makes pretty good reading for a certain Jim Long, despite that last defeat there to Oscar Lukasiak in the final match. In fact, we'll do that with Jim's company because he has kindly stayed on stage to talk to us after that. Look, we'll start at the end. Not the perfect day, but just talk us through that final match. Good performance from Oscar.
Well, you know, yeah, it would have been real nice if he'd have just given me one more try there, you know, but he had a nice finish, and actually he played really well that whole match, so it was good. And I just, like I was made a joke with Paul, my doubles were bad that last leg, last match.
We will get a look at the results now. Paul, just cast your eye over these. Look, Jim's obviously the player to talk about, but who else leaves with that good credit and good hope for trying to win this group?
I think you've got a few players in this group today who are saying, I got more points out of this day than I thought I would early on. We looked at what Jim was doing early by destroying people, winning 12 legs out of 13 in the first 3 rounds. But then people started to turn up after that. And now you look at people like Oscar, especially winning that last match, with very different eyes. Yeah,
Jim, he's just mentioned it there, Paul. The way you started today, that must have given you a good feeling for the rest of the day and maybe the week.
Yeah, you know, I know that it's timing, and you have to take your breaks when you get them. And I know that I had a couple opportunities that maybe I shouldn't have had at the beginning. So yeah, I know that it kind of evens out. So I just try to play. I felt like I was fighting myself all day. I didn't feel real sharp at all.
That's interesting,
Yeah.
Paul, because we're just seeing some of the winning moments, and he looked pretty sharp, didn't he?
Yeah, looked pretty good to me.
Yeah, I honestly, I felt like I was trying too hard. I know the last time I was here, I had like a really, really good doubling finishing percentage, and so it was on my mind today, and I don't know why it was.
Is it anyway the fact that you were made favourite? You were actually made an odds-on favourite. Did that play into it, or do you feel any pressure?
Absolutely not. I didn't realize that until you just said it, so I had no idea.
He certainly lived up to that billing, though, hasn't he?
Very much so. We talked a lot at the start of the show about Jim's experience of winning a Group A in the past. My only question to you, Jim, was how are you feeling this morning after what was quite a taxing weekend at the World Seniors, obviously winning yesterday in a really good final?
Yeah, last time I came here, I had a short Sunday. I had a good Saturday and a short Sunday, and we got an Uber down here. This time it was the other way around, and there was no Ubers, so it was difficulty getting down here, actually, and it cost me an arm and a leg with a cab company. So, but anyways, yeah, I'm not sleeping great anyways, and I don't know if the time is not fixing me yet. I don't know what it is, but I'm having a great time, and everybody is quality in that back room, even though, you know, if you guys started slow today.
We have seen quite a few players come over from North America and make an impact here, the likes of Leonard Gates. Jacob Taylor made a final of an entire series as well.
Yep.
What's the scene like over in Canada and the USA at the moment?
Well, obviously the CDC is the thing to play in North America, and there's like tournaments every weekend. It's a busy schedule, lots of competitive darts, lots of fun darts. But if you want to play the heavy competitive stuff, it's a championship dart circuit, and so many great players. Like, there's great players who don't even play, you know, and if the country's just so big.
Yeah.
You know, you've been. Actually, I don't know if you know, but you and I played each other in a blind draw on a Friday night in London, Ontario.
Oh, who won? Who won? We need to know
Oh, he
this.
did.
Well, it must have been a while ago.
He had it was 2009 or 10
Sounds
or 11
about right.
or
I was
something.
pretty good back in 2009.
Paul's favourite thing about darts over there, of course, is the tournament titles. Paul, what's your favourite?
I like the Choo Choo Classic.
Oh, that's definitely Nashville. I've never been to that one. Never been to that one. I'm just starting to travel now, to be honest. Yeah. So.
Well, you're doing pretty good at this one, the Super Series. We're going to take a look at the league table and show you how well, in fact, you are doing. You take a 2-point lead into Tuesday. Look, you know how it works. 3 days. It's not won in one day, but you must be feeling pretty confident that you can maintain that position.
Well, I would have felt a lot better if you wouldn't have taken out that 95 and I'd have had a shot at that last one. But yeah, you know, I feel pretty good about it. But I know also that guys who I feel like everybody played pretty good against me today. I do. I feel like everybody played pretty good against me today. So.
I'll ask you both, actually. What does it take to win Group A? You've done it before, and Paul, you've been here plenty of times to see it.
You got to be lucky, really. I mean, you're playing 15 games, alternating starts, and when some guys are real hot the round before you, and sometimes they're real hot when they play you, and you just play it. And know it's a round robin, and know that however you finish this 3 days, you know you're still playing.
Get the distance, keep the distance. Jim's got the distance now. I know he didn't get the 4-point gap that he wanted at the end of play, but the good thing is that you get to play Oscar in the very first game tomorrow. So if you start hot again, you can widen that distance over the course of Tuesday and make it very difficult for the rest of them on Wednesday.
Absolutely. Jim, thank you for talking to us. It's been a pleasure watching you today. Well done. Paul, we will see you again tomorrow, as we will Jim Long, who leads the league table after day one. In fact, day one belonged to Long. We'll see you tomorrow.